to start all over. You guys saw Tom Davis, but I want this to archive fully to everything we had. So I'm going to run this again. And I'm going to skip because I think it must have been that gun review and the little bit of music in it that killed me. So I'm going to just cut that out of there and start over. And hopefully this won't mess up again.
Somebody up here to speak to all you and give you some hard facts about what truly went on over there in Harney County. Thanks to all of you that came over here from Harney County, but we have an individual that's today that's been very instrumental in trying to spread this word. He's been attacked, not physically, but verbally in every way possible by locals and people from out of the area. But this guy, 4 years ago, I was up in the Sylvies country right out of Harney County hunting with my two sons. And as I come up a draw, I run into this old cowboy on a horse with his dogs looking for cattle, trying to observe the law that is laid down by the BLM to get his cattle off of there in time. Well, him and I exchanged a few words, had a cup of coffee and talk, and we developed a friendship. Then this thing pops up over here in Eastern Oregon, over at Harney County, and which has strengthened the friendship. We're back into the love thy brother. So Tom's going to come up here. His name is Tom Davis. We're going to get him up here. And Tom's going to put some facts on you guys about really what happened, about the fear that was put in the people over there and how it was put there. None of the fake media. We're getting to where it's boots on the ground time here, people. All the political stuff is very important. But to truly be able to spread this word, you need the facts about how the treatment of the people over there really were. So at this time, we're going to turn it over to Tom Davis.
First of all, this is to Kate Brown and Loretta Lynch. This is to Kate Brown and Loretta Lynch. Loretta Lynch said in a report up here in Portland that essentially the Bundys, Hammond, and them would commit a crime. So they got to take care of their situation peacefully. We're here celebrating a life of a man that was taken care of peacefully. Loretta Lynch put a warrant for a man's death. In her own words, that never committed a crime. There was no search warrant. The refuge was notified 4 days before the Bundys took over the refuge by the sheriff's office and the FBI. They had 4 days to send all their people home on vacation. So there was no hazard of employees being harassed. Employee manager, Crush, went down there the day before the takeover and opened the doors and left his personal key rings for the refuge on the desk in the office. So the Bundys was welcoming. It's a law and it's known fact. If your doors are open, keys are on the display, open display, that it is not trespassing. So they did not trespass on the refuge. Also, the sheriff, David Ward, called Linda at the Narrows and told Linda there was a convoy of guys coming down. Do not call 911. Reason being, once 911 was called, it put it in the jurisdiction of the county. When they got on the refuge, it put it in the jurisdiction of the federal, and Dave could turn it over to the feds. So these are some facts that's coming out by Chris himself, the manager. And now this manager of the refuge, if you guys really want to know who he is, the Hammonds can tell you who he is. Him and his wife is in charge of the Andrews district of the BLM. Were the ones that pressed the second charges against the Hammonds and took them to court the second time and resentenced them to jail. The judge involved in this case and her two illustrious sons, or whatever they are, that has removed the Hammonds from the refuge campaign, are donating $100,000 to the Burns Paiute people that they've collected to help the Burns Paiute people. She herself, in 1995 they created a law signed by the governor, not a law, it was an act, so we didn't get a chance to vote on it. That every time a judge sentenced somebody to prison, they get money into their retirement. They don't get cash directly, but it goes to their retirement. So when they retire, they've got a bootload of money by how many people they got into prison. The Hammonds was sent to a prison called Abrax Canal Prison Systems. down in California. Also goes to Geo World. Geo World is a youth prison system for young boys, which is having some problems in Pennsylvania because of pedophilia. Goes back to the Masons. This all goes back to Masons. But anyways, every time they send a prisoner down, the judges make money through the federal prison system. So that's some of the stuff we're digging up. Is a lot of the stuff. Hammonds was set up by the Kirsch's, which is the managers. They want their ranch because their ranch is directly between the refuge and the Skeens Mountain. Perfect corridor between the two. Skeens Mountain now, since it's a cow-free zone for 5 years, is an overgrowth and a timber fire hazard that is going to be a matchbox. It's going to destroy our Skeens Mountain, and that fire will not stop until it gets to Snake River over in Idaho. It's going to take off and burn that national monument they're trying to create in Mulhare County that's going to remove 350, 400 ranches from their land. And that's 2.5 million acres. Everybody know what 2.5 million acres look like? Those ranchers are going to be removed from their land. Their cattle is going to be removed. And it's going to be another fire hazard. So you're going to have a potential tinderbox that's going to destroy all our country. Our country. It belongs to all of us. It belongs to us as Oregon citizens, and as a treasure of Oregon. Harney County should be managing it, along with the state of Oregon, that we all can enjoy it. These people that we seen the other day, I think some of them might still be over there. Our land, private, public lands, no grazing. Whenever I buy a ranch, if I buy the ranch, I buy the grazing rights too to that grass. I am owning that grass, everything above. The government, through that process, owns the minerals and down below, BLM. So this here, that public grazing on, private grazing on public lands is garbage. We own that land. We own all the grass on that land, and it's ours as ranchers. So that's a misnomer that the government is spreading welfare ranchers. We pay for grazing fees. Yeah, we might pay $1.75 an AUM. In that country, one cow will graze on 50 to 60 acres for one AUM, animal unit month. So we're not really getting no great deal everybody's making out to be. And you've got to maintain water, you've got to maintain your land, the grasses, and your cattle are you guys all have lawn mowers. What do you do with your lawnmowers? You take it out and cut your grass. That's what the cows are, is a lawnmower. It's a tool to maintain the grass. And we got to maintain the fences. Any of you ever ride a 50-mile round? You ride 50 miles, you're fixing fences because of elk, crossing your fences, destroying your fences. You see a herd of 2,000 head of elk go through a fence, a mile of fence wasted, devastated. So this free welfare ranching crap that I'm hearing, excuse my language, is garbage. It's a lot of money. Roll of wire for a quarter mile costs $79. Steel post costs $6.50. 1 quarter mile of fence, 4 strands of wire, and that 4 times 79. Steel post, you got 40 to 50 steel posts in a square mile, and a quarter mile. And then you got your quarters. You got to put in your panels. A panel, a wooden post costs $10, $12. So it's a lot of money that the ranchers are putting out to maintain this land so people can come hunting. And if it wasn't for the ranchers, you would not have your elk and deer because the ranchers are providing feed, water. You know how many elk comes down on my hay stack a year? And I don't get no free meat off of them? I'm feeding them. Riley Valley had this year 2,500 elk hanging in the valley. Now we have deer that come down. We're feeding them. They're eating off our hay stacks and our fields. But we don't get no compensation from the government. And everybody keeps saying free welfare ranchers crud and that. And it's not. It's our land, and it's all of our land. We maintain the land so you guys can enjoy it when you come hunting. I have people come over to hunt and that, and I tell them where the elk is. Well, I've seen a couple nice bulls over here. They go get themselves a bull. Eventually, I'll find a bottle of whiskey on my pickup seat when I get back to my pickup. Yeah, it's trade goods. I don't drink, but it's trade goods. I can trade a lot of stuff for a bottle of penalty. But, so, it's a cooperation between all of us, as people, as a family. I'd love to see people coming over. But the worst people I see is environmentalists, birders. Birders are people come over and watch for birds. They show up. I've had them trespassing in my house when I was in town, come home and they're in there drinking coffee, thinking my house was an abandoned house and they can do whatever they want. I once had a guy out of Portland. Him and his party come down there having a hunt party. Set up a camp. I was just a couple miles from the refuge where I live, on the sod house. And they had their fire ring. They had garbage strewn all over the place. And I come and go, what's this, guys? Oh, we're camping. This is public ground. I said, no, it's not. It's my private ground. I pay 100% taxes on it. And that, you know, and they go, well, okay. And they packed up and left their garbage and took off. And I got their license plate. And I ran to DUV and I got their name. I brought their garbage and their fire ring and I set it up in their yard in Portland. They had a fit. They told me. The cops came and talked to me and that. This is back in the 80s and talked to me. And I told him what happened. He says, okay. He gave that guy a lecture and came over and talked to me. He said, can I come hunt on your place? And I said, yeah, sure, come down. And me and him's friends now. But, you know, this is the mentality of a lot of these city people. They come down and think their place is anywhere. They don't pay taxes on our roads. They drive around our county. We pay taxes on it. They say the government pays taxes. Government gives us 25% of the tax base. Government owns in Harney County 4.5 million acres. They're paying 25%. I've got to pay 100% on my land. I don't get no 25% cut or 75% cut. And people's got to understand that we do pay a lot of money for this land. And that when people come down to respect our land, because this is our county land, it's our state land, it's our land, but we've got the base is us. That takes care of this land. And we welcome everybody to Harney County, even though the people in Harney County at the courthouse, which actually was paid BLM people that came down to protest against the militia, are saying go home. No, everybody's welcome in Harney County. We welcome everybody, we love you all, and we thank you very much, and God bless the Hammond family. Lisa said, God bless you guys. Shauna said, God bless you guys this morning. Carol loves you guys, and thank you all for the prayers. And Jeanette, she's a fantastic, lovely woman. And she thanks you from the bottom of her heart for all that we're doing to support her family and her husband. So God bless you guys. Drive safe and be watchful. And let's take this government back from politicians like Jan Brown. Thank you.
My representative from the 23rd District, House side of the Marble Nut House, and he is a good Tea Party man. He believes in freedom, constitutional rights, and everything else, and he fights to do the best he can with what he got to fight for us. His name is Mike Neerman. Come on up. Thanks, Reggie. Hey, did you get your PCP form in yet?
I'm going to do that tomorrow.
Okay, good. They're due Tuesday. If you want to sign up to be a PCP, you got to get that form in by Tuesday. So Reggie's my old buddy from Polk County. So Ronnie. Yeah. That's what he is. Hey, who here's a 3%er? All right, we got quite a few of those. Who here's an oath keeper? All right, good. Glad to see it. Glad to see you guys here. So, my name's Mike Neerman. Yeah, Good. So, my name's State Representative Mike Neerman, and like he said, I'm doing the best I can with what I got here. But I got to tell you is, I believe that we're winning, and we may not win today, and we may not win next week, and we may not win next month, we may not win next year, but we will win. We're winning. We're winning in Oregon. We're winning in Utah. We're breaking them down, and it's going to happen. So I urge you all to just stay with it and do what you're doing. And I got to tell you, when I look out here through the raindrops and I see my countrymen out here with me, I say, these are the guys I want on my team. Good, so let's just keep up the fight, and I know we got a lot of speakers today, so we'll get on to it then. Thanks very much.
My co-director over there, Angela's got paperwork over there. If you want to donate, get information on whoever's over in the situation they're in, go ahead and talk to her. You've got good information, because we're going to need you people in the very near future if we're going to go through and take our state back. And it starts with us, the people, and more. The more, the many. But we're going to go ahead, and we're going to start with the next candidate for the U.S. Senate. And I talked to him. He's pretty good. I think he has some ideals, and hopefully that he will represent all of Oregon for the constitutional side of the thing. His name is Mark Callahan. Come on up.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Callahan, and I am running for the U.S. Senate against Ron Wyden. You guys like this weather out here today? This is great Oregon weather. I've been traveling around the state with my team here, and I've noticed that we need to take our land back. Federal government doesn't own that land. They own ports and forts and 10 square miles around D.C. That is it. We need to take our land back, ladies and gentlemen. I stand with the Hammonds. I stand with Finicum and his family, and we need to get our land back. We need to get our freedom back, and that's one of the reasons why I'm running for U.S. Senate against a 35-year career politician New Yorker that we need to send home to New York. I tell you, I've been out there on the campaign trail. People ask me, why do you do it? I'll get that a little bit later. Thank you. But people ask me why I do it. They say, Mark, when you ran in 2014 against that liberal communist Merkley back then, why are you doing it again? I tell you, we need to get rid of Ron Wyden because he's voting wrong. He voted for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is going to ship our jobs overseas. He voted for the Iran deal, which is going to make our nation less secure. He even voted against our Second Amendment rights back in March 23rd, 2013. He and 45 other traitors voted against our Second Amendment rights and in favor of the UN Small Arms Treaty. We need to send him home now. Exactly. He's not for us. He's not representing us. He's representing New York values, and he needs to go. I'll finish up with a story here. I've been listening to the Bible on CD as I've been traveling the campaign trail on all over Oregon here. I just finished Genesis through Revelation, starting to listen to it again. And the best analogy that I can come up with to relate what's going on here in Oregon and in our country is the book of Joshua, chapter 6, verses 1 through 27. It's the story of Jericho. The Lord told Joshua to march around Jericho for 6 days. And on that seventh day, he needed to make a lot of noise, and we needed to blow our horns. How that relates to what's happening here in Oregon and in our country is that today, this year, is our seventh day. We need to make the walls of liberalism, we need to make the walls of the Democrats that built up in this state, in this country, come to the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mark Callahan. I'm running for U.S. Senate against Ron Wyden. We need to take our country back and get to work. Thank you.
Sarah Wolf is a spokesperson for the Westlands Water District, a company that oversees the mandates of the state of California. Years ago,
vision that would create.
I'm skipping that because it says Fox News. They've already knocked me off the air once. I'm not going to let it happen again. So
More stuff up. Next person will be coming up is the Republican nominee governor for the state of Oregon. His name is Bruce Cuff from Marion County area. God bless you.
Oh, okay.
She needs to go home. You know, she's done more damage in 15 months not being elected than I can imagine. She's acting like she's got a mandate. But don't get me off track. I got to stay on my notes here. All right. Well, I'm Bruce Cuff, and the best way that I explain myself is I'm a Christian, constitutional, conservative Republican, and if you back me, the things that we need to do are we need to get local control back into our communities. Number one, that means that and I stopped calling them public lands after I watched a video the other day. They're not public lands. They're state lands. They belong to the state of Oregon. Public lands are are lands that that are free of encroachments that you can go set up your 160 acres on and homestead. That's not what we have. All these lands they belong to the state of Oregon, and they're state lands. So what we need the feds to do is recognize those as state lands, and we start manage them that way. And the counties are dying in this state. The rural counties are dying because they don't have enough revenue. So those lands need to stay state lands, and they need to be managed and run by the counties so they can get the revenue off them to do what they need to do. So we're here for Lavoie today. You know, we unless Eamon and Lavoie showed up, the issues that's going on right now with the BLM abuse of these folks wouldn't necessarily come to light. And of course, the reason Lavoie and Eamon came was because of the Hammonds and the fact that, you know, the federal judge, I talked about this up in Portland, the federal the judge that made a ruling in this case, the U.S. District Attorney, they wanted to sentence these guys based on the terrorism statute, so there was a minimum 5-year sentence for burning 139 acres, charging them with arson. Okay, how many arsonists do you know that actually put out the fires they set? None. Okay, these guys, the fires that they started that burned onto the BLM land, they put them out. Okay, so when the jury found the only 2 fires, the only 18 counts they charged him with, the only 2 that they could actually charge him with were 2 fires that they actually admitted to setting. So once the jury found them guilty, the judge in that case, he used 2 legal terms. One is to sentence these folks to prison for 5 years shocks the conscience. Okay? And then he said to sentence them for 5 years would be cruel and unusual punishment. So what he did is he sentenced them based on the BLM statute. The BLM statute says the maximum sentence in that case is a year. So Steve was complicit in both cases. Steve went to jail for a year. Dwight got sentenced for 3 months. They've already served their time. Part of their settlement was they could not appeal. They had to pay $400,000 in fines to the feds, and the feds got the first right of refusal on their ranch if they ever sold it. So what does that tell you, right? They were after their ranch. You know, Eamon, you know, they put about 50 ranchers out of business already, and the Hammonds were one of the last ones in this Malheur National Refuge that they actually wanted. So here we are. So they sent them. So the federal judge, even though they couldn't appeal, he appealed. And that's why they got sent back to jail. To me, that's double jeopardy. That should not have happened. That's why these came out here to help us. They drew attention to that, and for that, I appreciate it. For that, Lavoie gave his life, okay? And we can't, and those guys, they're political prisoners. You know, when you look at the statement that you pull out the Constitution, and Eamon would turn open to Section 1, Section 1, Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 17, and we start talking about, ports, forts, and the 10 square miles. It doesn't give the federal government, that's all the right that they have. When you pull that out and you start talking about it to people, if they look at you like you're a fanatic, but the fact of the matter is that statement is in the Republican Party platform. It's in the Oregon Republican Party platform that we expect the federal government to do just that. And we need to join the western states and get our lands back so that the counties can actually manage them. So we got to get local control back. The other thing that we need to do is our school system. It's increasingly anti-Christian, and the only way it stays together is because we send our kids there. We need to have some kind of voucher system where we have maybe 70% of the money that we're currently give it to the parent in the form of a voucher. Let them vote by putting their kids in private schools. There's teachers out there right now that are in this system that want out. They've had it, and we're losing them, okay? So we need to have a separate system where the teachers that are there, if I had 9 teachers that could teach K through 8, and they pulled out of the system and they started a private co-op, And I asked one of them, I said, hey, if I gave you $7,000 per child, could you make that work? He said, absolutely. That's what we got to do. We got to get our schools to where they can start disciplining the kids. If they want to teach the Bible or they want to teach morality, that's you know, right now they can't. I mean, it's anti-Christian in the school right now, you know. So that's what they're teaching. So we're stuck. We're stuck in that system. So we got to fix that. The other thing is we need 36 constitutional sheriffs in the state of Oregon. Every single county needs to be able to count on that elected official. They are the chief law enforcement officer elected in that county. They should be able to count on them to protect their citizens. If the federal government, the FBI shows up, the BLM, they've got their own police force. U.S. Forest Service has their own police force. You know, the state of Oregon, we have a police force. If you're going to go mess with somebody in the county, right, these guys better be talking to the sheriff before they mess with anybody in their county. We need to have, that's our protection. And if they're not willing to do that, we just saw what happened in Harney County. That's what happens. You know, that didn't have to happen, you know. So 53%, currently 53% of Oregon is what they consider federal lands, which I'm just saying is state lands. I saw a little deal on Facebook the other day. It said Alaska is working on to where they can actually buy lands from the federal government back up to the tune of like 2 million acres. And my post was, why would we want to buy our own lands back from the federal government? Right? You show up at the forest, you take the national sign down, you put state sign up there, and you're done. That's what we need to do. Let's just do it.
Well, he's going to be on the list too. Some of those lists I'm on.
He'll be audited very shortly here. Let's see.
So we, in Oregon, there's a lot of things that we need to do. Kate Brown, like I said, they have broken faith with the people of Oregon this year. They had a 35-day session, which the Democrats, when they passed this annual session deal, they basically said, hey, look, we're just going to tweak the budget, 35 days, and then get out of town. Well, you know what they did this year. Substantive legislation, the minimum wage stuff, you know, they basically did everything they could do so to set themselves up politically for the election coming for their own folks to get money out of them, you know, and so they get their support. Well, you know what? They have broken faith with the people of Oregon, and when our Republican representatives and senators called them on it and said, hey, look, this isn't what the session was for, we're going to fight you tooth and nail, they just said, hey, that's not in statute. Well, hey, you know, when you reach out and shake somebody's hand and you say, hey, I'm going to do this, if you don't have it in pen and ink, you know, it's still a contract. I mean, is your word any good? They've just proven to us their word is no good. No good.
Liars.
Amen. So the last thing, I'm a real estate agent. I've taken an oath to support private property rights. And part of these private property rights, this is a perfect case. We have grazing, the ranchers have grazing rights that are being infringed upon. They have water rights that they've been trying to infringe upon them. As a real estate agent, every real estate agent in this state has raised their hand and said, we will protect private property rights. Every real estate agent should be involved in this fight against the BLM to say, look, you cannot restrict these guys' rights. It predates what you have. So we got to get them involved. The other thing that's hijacking our state is the LCDC. The governor appoints all 7 members of the LCDC commission, and as governor, I would appoint 7 rural-friendly members to that commission so counties and cities could redraw their urban growth boundaries, and they could decide how to use the land in their counties. So the other thing that the governor does that a lot of people don't know about is the governor, the secretary of state, and the treasurer, those 3 guys make up the state land board, right? So we get 2 out of 3 of those guys as conservative Republicans. Guess what we do in the woods now? We go back to logging, we go back to mining, we go back to working, we go back to ranching, we go back to farming. And if they're state lands, we can't get dragged into federal court. So that's what we got to do. And there's some issues out there. The wolves, they need to be de-endangered. How about the sea lions at the coast? You think those are still endangered? No, that's what's killing the salmon and the fishermen. You know, these kind of things need to be changed, but it can only be changed with the proper leadership from Oregon and with your help. I mean, I'm so honored today to be with you guys, and I can't tell you how much it means to me that you guys turned out, you know, both up there and here, because, you know, I can't change this state by myself. And it's all you guys coming on board that saying, you know what, Bruce, I got posts on Facebook. Are you for real? Like, you think just like me. And it's like they don't really believe that I believe that way. Look, this is who I am. I ran this way 2 years ago. I'm running on the same platform I ran 2 years ago on. The nice thing about this race is we have a presidential race on the same year as a governor race, which doesn't happen, but thank goodness that Kitzhaber got kicked out. Here we are. So we've got a conservative wave coming across the country that Oregon needs to capitalize on, and we need to put a conservative governor in there, and I hope to be that guy, and I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Because I'm bald. So anyway, there you go. So diversion, back to the rallies.
Thank you, Ronnie. So liberty has a price, and Lavoy Finicum paid that price. It's very specific. The tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants on occasion. That has happened. We need to move on that. We need to utilize what we have as far as momentum to push forward and to take our country back. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for standing in the rain. We appreciate it. A housekeeping thing that Ronnie asked me to do is if you need a media statement, if there's any media here, see myself or Denise Nanke is out in the crowd. Wave the umbrella. Yay! It's about education. Go back to where you came from and start educating people. Tell that person who tells you my vote doesn't matter that if sheriffs had had testicular fortitude and stood up to these federal agents, those people would not have been arrested. Not a single one of them. So every single vote counts when you get down to the local level. Make sure that's the message. I'm privileged and honored to introduce my brother. He is with the Central Oregon Constitutional Guard. He's a founding member of Pacific Patriots Network. Love him to death. BJ Soper.
Hey, I'm glad everybody can make it out here today. Obviously, it goes to show that we're not just sunny day patriots, right? Right. I see a lot of new faces out here that from all the rallies that we've had, a lot of old faces as well too. So it makes me feel good to see that the message is being spread and eyes are being opened and the voices are starting to be heard. So what I want to talk to you guys about today is how do we affect change? How do we start getting our messages out there? How do we start getting people to listen? Well, we're not going to win from the top down. We're not going to start in Washington D.C. and win from fighting from there down. We're going to start fighting from our own local houses, from our own homes, right? So running for something as simple as a water board, a school district, any open seat that is in your area, we need patriots to fill those positions. We need your voices. We need all of our voices in these positions, and that's how we start getting the message spread. So what I would love for everybody to do, you don't have to be Republican, you don't have to be Democrat, you don't have to be anything to run for these positions. All you got to do is put your name on it, and then get out and talk to your neighbors, get out and talk to the other parents that your children go to school with. Talk, that's the key, communication. Get out there, make your voices heard, tell people that in order to make change, you know, these are the starts. Start from that up. Where I'm from Redmond. We got an open seat on the county commissioner's the county commissioner board. So I'm throwing my name on that. I'm not a politician. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'll tell you what I am, is I'm a fast learner, and I'm passionate about getting our country restored back to what it used to be, what the founding fathers wanted it to be. And I'm dedicated. I'm dedicated to getting this message out. So Pass that on with the friends. Pass that on to the people that you know that are willing to stick their necks out there, make their voices heard. Don't care what the naysayers are going to say, because it doesn't matter. What matters is getting our voices heard again and gathering names and people and our friends to speak up and speak out. So I encourage all of you to do the same. Find those open positions, whether, like I said, it's something as simple as a water board. We need patriots, and we need patriots in our local government. That's how we win. That's how we move forward. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for listening to me for a few minutes, and God bless, and we'll talk.
All right, now, we're going to turn it up even a little harder. This man here last year, when we had a rally here last year, him and God bless Mike Vanderbone of the 60th Street Irregulars had lit this place up. I mean, we got it roaring. But this guy's going to come up here. He got the first hands on what's going on over the east, and I'll let him speak his mind because the Holy Ghost is feeling him. His name is Gavin Simon. Let's come on up and give it to him.
Let's get rid of that stand for a minute. Give myself a little wiggle room here. So I'll try not to get too wild. Hey, what a great thing to see all these people out here standing up on a day like this. I don't know, I'm going to say there's probably 300 or 400 here. I'm sure the news media will say there were at least dozens.
Yeah, like the 50 in Portland.
But that's great. This is great. Who wants to kneel with me? I don't care if it's wet. You can stand if it hurts to kneel. Father in heaven, Yahweh, we ask that you give us wisdom. We face trying times for our families and our children and our neighborhoods and our states and our communities. We want to learn to love our neighbor, God. We want to learn to stand up for the weak and the fatherless and the widow. And we know that this nation has failed in so many ways to defend the innocent from conception to grave. We've failed. This is on us. And we point the fingers at everybody, often at ourselves, and we point at parties and we point at factions. But what we need to do is we need to know real law. We need to repent. We need to fulfill that true and just foundation of law, which is to love God and to love our neighbor as ourselves. And so we ask that you'll give us strength and deliverance and give us a refuge, God, and liberty, because if we do not find hope and deliverance soon, we will be destroyed. So we ask for your intervention. We ask for your intervention with our patriots. We ask that you'll break these shackles and chains and tear down these walls of tyranny and injustice all across this land and across this world, and let us stand up for what is right. Amen. So somewhere, I think my wife's around here somewhere. If you see her, say hello. My brother, I think, will be here in a minute too, Nathan. And I just want to thank my family and all of you guys for everything people are doing. I think Lavoy and Ammon and the people down in the refuge, they showed us what it means to be founding fathers. They showed us what it means to stand up and stand for liberty. Can you give me a little more slack there just in case, or is that it? And so we need to stop, I think. We need to ask ourselves, we have all this division, and I see the political groups, and I see the patriot factions, and the parties, and everybody wants to point the finger at everyone else. Everybody wants to say, well, it's their fault, and it's their fault. And I want to say something, it's my fault.
Talk into the mic, we can't hear you back here.
And it's your fault. It's all of our fault, because we are bound by conscience to stand up against the atrocities of what is called justice. Due process does not exist in these courts, and for years we've looked at other factions and we've said, well, they're too radical, or they did something we didn't like, so lock them away. We cannot commit anyone to the hands of injustice and call ourselves righteous friends. We have to defend everyone And we need to unite. Everyone is divided against everyone. And I was thinking about this when I watched Ammon's video the other day, and he was talking about Martin Luther King. And we look at these different people, and sometimes we don't agree with everything they did, but we look at different movements and different people, and the message is the same. I was standing there in Portland earlier, and we had the counter-protesters across the street, and they had these signs with hearts that said, "We love our public lands." And I said, well, I do too. We're on the same side. We need to stop letting a coercive and extortive government divide us, one against another, father against son, and black against white, and race against race. We need to unite in liberty. And I look at news, and everyone has a spin. You know, on one side, we're the terrorists, and on the other side, it's this faction that's the terrorists. And I come into cities like this, and capitals, and places like Oregon, and I look at these marble halls where these people sit thinking they are gods over a people of liberty. And they do not know law, and they do not know justice because they do not know God, and they do not love their neighbor as themselves.
Yeah. Preach it, Gavin.
I see us always worrying about ISIS or the Muslims. And don't get me wrong, I'm not going to tolerate Sharia law on my street for a moment, but the difference is, if that comes to my street, no one will fault me for defending myself. When the arm of these tyrants comes to my street, I become the terrorist if I defend my family and my neighbor. These and our judges sitting in their black robes and in their marble halls are the greatest terrorists in this world because they defy the rule of law. Law is this: love your neighbor as yourself. But it is summed up superseding our Constitution, which, as beautiful as it is, this document right here grants me and you nothing. I do not have my rights from government. I have my rights from the God of heaven, and government cannot take them away. And I'm constantly seeing us make excuses. We say, well, you're a felon. And I say, well, what's a felon? Well, a felon might be standing on this step in the rain, standing in the wrong position next to the eagle, because that's a felony now. Everything is a felony to a treasonous and tyrant government. They use words against us. They call us terrorists when they are the terrorists. I dare anyone who does not believe this to go into a courtroom, feel the terror that happens in every single courtroom in every county of this nation. And do not tell me if you're a police officer or if you're a politician, do not tell me that your courts are mostly good. I love my neighbor. I don't care who they are. I don't hate anybody. People say, well, Gavin, you hate government or you hate police. And I will say, no, my government hates law. And I love law. And I love justice. And I love liberty. And so you show me a good police officer, and I will show you a police officer who is standing with us. And some of them do. Unfortunately, those seem to be the ones that get fired. Show me police officers, show me sheriffs who are walking into these courtrooms of terror and arresting the terrorists in black robes. Let's not mince words anymore. Our words have power. We have compromised our words, friends, for too long. We have said, well, I'll work within the system, and I'm going to shake hands with them over here, but I'm going to say they're corrupt over here. They cannot be both. You do not mix righteousness with evil. You do not mix liberty with tyranny, and you do not mix a land of slaves with a nation of liberty, because you cannot have both. And we have become a nation of slaves. We need to cross the lines of faction and only stand with principle. And when I say unite, I don't mean unite by going and saying, well, we're gonna compromise a little bit. We're gonna give up some of your gun rights, NRA. We're gonna give up a few of your gun rights so we can keep a few of them over here. I do not compromise on my rights. I don't compromise on my children's birthright. And I'm tired of compromise of words, but we need to unite with those who want liberty. And sometimes the approach is the wrong way. Sometimes we look at a group or a faction or a movement and we're frustrated because we say, you're doing it the wrong way. And oftentimes in this nation we see the emphasis put on race or put on faction or put on party. It doesn't need to be any of those things. It needs to be one simple 3-word phrase. Maybe it's 4. I'm counting bad today. It's been a long day. Love your neighbor as yourself. When you love your neighbor as yourself, you fulfill law because you cannot abuse your neighbor and love them as yourself. It's as simple as that. And from that came the principles of law that go back to before the Constitution, which are these: life, liberty, and property equally for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident. And from that, our Constitution was written, not perfect in every way, not to give us rights, not to grant us anything at all, but to affirm wholeheartedly that these rights are ours. And I'm sick and tired of politicians and bureaucrats and slaves to tyranny saying, well, what about this or what about that? I do not negotiate my rights, and shall not means exactly what it says. When we tell government shall not, it means one thing: you shall not touch this liberty. And so in closing, I just want to reiterate the words that I'm not always capable of reiterating as clearly as I should. And I think we saw this in Lavoie. We saw a man who laid down his life for his friends. We saw a man who loved his neighbor. And we saw a man who increasingly was saying we need to work together across factions and across race and across lines. But we must stand for liberty. We need to unite with those not who abuse their neighbor, but who love their neighbor. On rights, on justice, and on liberty, we must compromise not at all. But on pettiness and on division, we must throw it away. And this goes all the way back to the founding of this nation. There was many different beliefs, there was many different people, and sometimes they got in fistfights down at the pub. But at the end of the day, they knew where they stood. They stood with liberty. We need to appeal to heaven. We need to seek liberty. We need to stand on that, because we have right now, all of us here, let us make no pretense, we wear the shackles of a slave. And I am tired of wearing the shackle of a slave. Everything in this nation, down to the humble traffic ticket, is a crime punishable by death. And that is not law. And if you think I am wrong, you try it. Try not paying your traffic ticket and watch them remove your license, and then try exercising your right to travel. And then when they try and lock you in a cage, try to defend yourself and your family, and they will put a bullet in your head and put you in a box. That is not justice. That is a death penalty. And so in closing, I just encourage everybody, we need to unite in principle, and the principle is this: love your neighbor and life, liberty, and property. Because if it is not within those boundaries, it is not principle, it is not justice, and it is certainly not law. What these men in these buildings are making, what these terrorists are creating and writing with their pens, it is not law. It has no part in law. It is void the moment it is written. It is lawless, and it must be disobeyed by the principled, self-governing people. We must stand together, or we will hang individually. Thank you.
I'm going to bring Mr. Samuel Hill at 3% of Oregon. Let's go.
All right, I want to do this real quick. Let's see here. Get this set up. All right, we've been real slow. I spent about $3,000 in January, February, and early March, moving people around the country to report on all this stuff. And we're starting to have some financial issues right now because, I've spent more than has came in by far out of my own pocket. So I'm running a special right now. You go up to freedomslips.com. Go up to freedomslips.com, and there's a support button up there. And I'm just trying to get my camera going. If you make a $75 donation, I'm going to send you one of these. I don't know if it's too much light or not. Maybe it is. Anyway. Alright, this is a 2015 Silver Eagle. It's 1 ounce, fine, 999 silver. 2015, dated. Silver Eagle. It's, they call it $1, but it's not $1. Right now it's worth about 17, 18 bucks, something like that. If you order one, with shipping and stuff. So I'm not selling these, but if you make a donation to the station to help us fund what we're continuing to try to do, and get people out to these rallies and these news events and stuff, this is a gift I'm going to send to you for helping us out for a $75 donation. All right, it's pretty. It's nice to hold in your hand anyway because it's real metal. It's real silver. And now that I've touched it, it's going to start turning brown any day now. All right. So anyway, don't you? And I love that sound. It just says "love me" anyway. So I've spent a whole bunch of money that I had assumed that we would have gotten more support than we actually did, but I really need the support at this point. We're falling way behind, at the station, everywhere else, doing this, and I'm quite honestly out of money to send anybody anywhere at this point. Even if doomsday came, and we really need your support. A lot of people, a lot of these other stations, they'll go, well, donate to us, donate to us, donate to us. But we almost at every juncture, we always have a gift of some sort. We have hats and cups and seeds and all kinds of stuff. If you want to jump over to freedomslips.com, go down the middle of the page. We have completely non-GMO. They're all heirloom seeds over there in several different packs, from just your little family garden to the whole community. They can help out, but or if you just want to make a donation, that's awesome too. Always awesome. Every dollar helps. But we've literally only had about $60 come in the last 4 days. Anyway, so that's my fundraiser for today. I don't spend a lot of time doing this. I'm going to do it anyway because it's my personal passion, but it would be nice to be able to fund this because, if I do run out of money to do this, I can't do it at all. And we do monetize these videos, but quite honestly, that's equates to like pennies a day. It's not a whole bunch of money. I'll go up and look. How much did I make yesterday? 17 cents. All right, so there you go. Because I remember somebody goes, well, you're monetizing the videos. Well, that doesn't mean you're making anything because I'm doing, most of what I'm doing is a little controversial, so nobody's going to, because the advertisers that put stuff in your ads, they kind of go about what you've tagged in your video as to whether they're going to bid to put a video on your ad. So, we have a very, very, very few people that actually advertise on our videos, and it seems like it's usually, do you want to put Obama in jail or do you want to put Clinton in jail? It's nothing like that. We don't get any of the mainstream ads that you see on the other stuff. So, it could be anywhere from 16 cents to $1.25 a day. So it's not like I'm banking on monetization. Wish I was. But anyway, we're going to move back on. This is Sam Hill.
Oh, that's who he is. I see him all the time on posts. Oh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Americans. I might belong to a t-shirt club, but we are a powerful t-shirt club today. Not only we have graduated from that into getting into politics. We cannot just affect the way that they think by standing out here. We have to go into that building.
That's right.
You have to go in there and you have to talk to them and say, this isn't right. This behavior is bad. We're no longer going to attack them. We're going to attack the behavior, but we're going to attack the policies, and we're going to attack the unconstitutional laws until they make it right. We're going to act smarter as patriots. We're going to act smarter as Americans. How many people here have heard of the silent majority? The silent majority are killing us because they think just like us, and they're not down here right now. The next time it's time to come out here, or the next time it's time for somebody to write a law, or somebody to do something with your county commissioners, or your city hall, or the courts, or any of that stuff, you need to get all the silent majority out and take that silent majority and make it a noisy majority, because once when you do that, people are going to start paying attention. Every one of you guys that are out here today, if this is what we do this year, we're going to pay. We're going to continue to pay because our liberties are going to go away. But if each and every one of you make it to at least one city hall meeting and speak, make it to at least one county commissioners meeting and speak, and make it into this lovely building behind us and speak at least once. The average commentary time is 3 minutes. Who could survive speaking 3 minutes out here? All right. Everybody needs to get active. If you don't get active, I don't want to put a negative spin on it. If you're not active, you're not being part of the positive change that we need. So get out there, get active. This is a great step. It lets everybody know that we're here. But the second great step is you grab your friends that are standing next to you and you grab that silent majority and you get in and you make your statement. That's going to save your freedom. And if that's not enough for you, you have until Monday to file to be a PCP. Tuesday. You have until Tuesday to file to be a PCP, a precinct committee person. It is one of the easiest jobs in politics. And that is your first step into making bigger and better changes. Because at that point in time, you're recognized as a community leader, and all of a sudden, now your voice is elevated above everybody else's voice. You understand how that works? Let's get in there, let's make positive changes. Let's no longer just be out on the front of the steps here. Let's get into these buildings peacefully, righteously, so that they will listen to us at that point in time, and they will hear the words that are coming out of our mouths. They won't just see us on the news report and then dismiss us. Time for this behavior is to change. I want to thank all of the patriots that have come out today to stand and make a message. You guys are great. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Mandy, and I am from Southern Oregon. I live in Douglas County, and I spent some time in Burns. I spent a lot of time in Burns, and I just want to talk about a few things, and one of those things is there was a whole lot of fear-mongering that was going on in Burns, and I just want to say that the only people in Burns that were trying to scare anybody was the federal government. Yes. They turned the town of Burns into a military compound. No matter where you went, there they were, fully tacked out, with frowns on their faces. They weren't very friendly. They tried to be, and then they murdered a man, and then they weren't friendly at all after that. We have men, good men, sitting in prison, jail, whatever, prison, for defending all of us and defending all of our rights. So now is the time for each one of us to stand up for them.
That's right.
There is no more standing around saying somebody needs to do something. We are somebody. Every one of us. We all have something that we can offer.
Yeah.
There's not another day that can go by without us standing for our brothers and our sisters. My friend JD is the one that conned me into coming up here, and you guys should all know that I have major stage fright. I've decided that I am somebody. And yes, I love going to rallies. This is one of my favorite things to do. It's a nice little piece of freedom. But it's not enough. It's not enough. We all need to step up. We need to get in those seats at a county level, a city level, whatever it is that you feel you need to do. You need to get in there. You need to speak. Speak up. We can change this. We can change the future if we start from the ground and work our way up. Everybody's confused and they think that we have to worry about who our next president is. I don't really care. What I care about is what's happening in my town. I care about what's happening in my county, and I care about what's happening in my state. I just want to thank everybody for being here, standing in the rain. This shows a lot of commitment. I really enjoy seeing so many faces that I don't know. Keep it up, guys. Keep it up. Take one step every single day, and we will get there. Thank you.
That's up and coming that may have some words that they're learning. They're getting their feet on the ground. Probably the first time I ever speak. His name is Matthew Commission. Come on up. All right. I ain't gonna bail you out.
Hey everybody, thank you for coming out, and thank you Ronnie for allowing me the opportunity to speak here. My name is Matthew Comation. I'm 25 years old. I've been looking at the Patriot community and doing a lot of research for the last 3 or 4 years. Going through high school and stuff, and just not wanting to be forced to be in school and all that. You get into a mindset to where you're trying to look for answers. So I wrote a little speech. This is the first speech I've ever given in my life. And this is also the first protest I've ever been to, and I'm very proud to be here. So, I've been asked to speak here today because the message I have is that of unity within the Patriot community and America as a whole. I see lines being drawn by people who do not understand us, and the only way to get our message across is to not get so upset when this happens, and not to become irrational. What we need to do is have calm discussion with as many of our fellow Americans as possible. I don't see people as the labels that others may apply to them, such as liberal, libertarian, conservative, or anything like that. I see them as my fellow men and women who may be walking on a misguided path, or they may be just like us as patriots, but still we all have our own grievances and our own solutions to the problem. We all know why we're here and what brought us to this event. Some may just be starting on their paths to finding the truth in all of this, and some may have already found what others are seeking. And there's a few who disagree with us altogether because they are unwilling to understand us. The truth as I see it, and a little insight into the nature of the situation we are all suffering under, is this. I believe that by complacency and the healing process of a civil war, where our government for the first time turned its military against its own people, when secession was threatened. Through that healing process, we have allowed our federal government to slowly creep its way into our lives. By that I mean with the administrative agencies and all this stuff, and even the people that I heard speaking before, they talk to you about your Second Amendment right and your First Amendment right. In Oregon and in every other state in this union, they have their own constitutions that make them individual sovereign states. That's why you call them states, is because a state is a government. We're not just ruled by one government, the federal government that rules over us from Washington, D.C., and through their bureaucrats in our counties and in our states. So here's what I believe we need to, what we need to do. I believe we need to end the complacency, and instead of being reactive to the situations like that of the Hammonds and the Bundys, we need to be proactive. What I mean by that is that every chance we get as patriots, we should be asking the fellow men and women in our local communities and striking up conversations any chance we get. Asking them their opinions on the state of this country, because we all know what our opinion is of the state of this country. It's messed up and something's got to happen. So like I was saying, we need to get out in our local communities and we need to start striking up conversations every chance that we get, so that it's not just the people here at this rally or other people that, are upset with the government. What I'm trying to get at is that we need the whole community to get on board and to understand that our federal government has imposed so much into our lives and creeped so far into our lives that we don't even recognize our state constitutions anymore as an important thing in our lives. All we do is tell each other that, that our state government is encroaching on our Second Amendment right. The United States Constitution is a binding contract on the federal government as to what they can and cannot do. Our state constitutions, the first article in there is the Bill of Rights. We have a Bill of Rights in our state, and it enumerates our God-given rights and also the rights that are considered civil rights. The reason that I want you to begin talking to people in your communities is because I want you to start forming organizations in your communities that represent your communities as a whole, so that you can speak to your politicians like they said in their speeches before. They want you to go into these marble whatevers, and they want you to speak. But when you do that, you would be speaking as individuals. But if you create an organization in your town, in your city, and in your county, you can represent the whole people in that town. And one person as a delegate, yeah, they could come down here and everybody doesn't have to waste their gas money. But they would be speaking on behalf of their whole community. So when that one person gets ignored, the whole community understands that the government is not listening to you. Now, what do you do when the government stops listening to you? I can't stand up here and be a radical and tell you what to do. The appeal to heaven is what it is. What are you willing to do, and how far are you willing to go? I'm 25 years old. I'm ready to lay my life on the line, shoulder to shoulder next to all of you guys, if that's what's necessary. Now, the Second Amendment, it does say the right to keep and bear arms, but that's not what it's about. It says a well-regulated militia being necessary to a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It says first that the militia is necessary to a free state. Congress has the obligation to set and prescribe the training and all this for the militia. And yeah, sure, they do that. There's two separate classes of militia: the unorganized militia and the organized militia. That second one is organized by the government. The unorganized militia is all of us out here. We're part of that. We have been without a militia, the unorganized kind. You know, maybe unorganized is sometimes confusing, but the people have the power to organize themselves. But we've been out without a militia for a very long time, and we have been unable to secure a free state in our nation. So, just like in Harney County, how they have a committee of safety down there, and like how I suggested to you guys that you need to start creating community organizations. You don't have to call it a committee of safety. You don't have to call it, you know, whatever else you see on the internet. You can just call it, like I live in Washington County, the Washington County General Association, the association of the people of the county and of the town. You know, I don't want to preach too much up here, but we are the people, and we need to stand up, and we need to start really testing the waters to see if the government really does listen to us. And the only way that that's going to happen is if we band together as our communities and start airing out what is the will of the people. What do your neighbors think? If you talk to your neighbors sometimes about your grievances against the government, they might think you're crazy. But if you ask them, what are your grievances against the government? Then they'll be able to express, and they'll be able to realize that, yeah, we do have similar problems that are going on. Because if I just said, oh, well, the federal government, they're not allowing us to have a militia, that might not go over so well. But if the person who I ask says, hey, the federal government, they're telling me what I can and cannot do with my children as far as disciplining or teaching them. So there's all sorts of different kinds of grievances that we have, and we need to unify, and we need to write these things down on paper and send them into the government and say, you will address our concerns. One way to do this is something called the Under One Banner petition. It's the way it goes is you print it out 3 times and you send it to your senator and your 2 representatives. As an individual, you put your name on that. It's not just one petition where somebody collects 1,000 signatures on it and sends it in once. It's a petition that every single one of you sign 3 times and sends it in individually. So when they keep having these petitions come in, and on the top of the petition is the rattlesnake on the Gadsden flag. And every time they see that come into their office, they're going to know what it's about. Except for on this, it doesn't say, don't tread on me. It says, you have tread on me.
Oh, wow.
We have been tread on so many times, so far. And now we need to see, how far are you willing to go to get liberty back? I'm willing to go all the way. You let me know when you're ready. I'm ready.
I'll tell you.
Long live the Republic!
Yes. Amen. Amen, son. You did good. We got all sorts of good juice left. All right, we're gonna bring up somebody y'all might know. Where's Mr. Joe Schenkel at? Come on up. Is he here? Yeah. Are you here, Joe? All right, that's okay, we move on. Here's what we're going to do next. We're going to bring Jeff Heinen out here. Come on up.
Thank you, people, for standing out here and getting wet. First thing I want to tell you is when I was 25, I was more worried about where the next party was. My hat's off to that young fella. He's learning stuff I never knew when I was his age, right? So, I want to wrap some things up here. We're here for a lot of different reasons. I'm going to grab this mic. All right. So we're here for a lot of reasons. You know, I looked at the website of the people that created this organization, the Citizens for Constitutional Freedom, Jake Metamorpheus, sorry if I slandered his name, but I did. In his video, he's talking about not having centralized leadership. And I think that's key here, because you know what? This government doesn't, these organizations, we're all them. This needs to be an individual, a movement of the people. It belongs to us, and so does the responsibility. So I want to tie a few things together. We're not here just because of the death of the Patriot. We're not here just because a wildlife refuge got invaded, or whatever you want to call it. Borrowed, yeah. But we're here because of a gradual and accelerating overreach by our federal government. Now, this group also doesn't advocate takeovers and a whole bunch of other things, but here's what it does advocate. A lot of these guys have talked about getting involved, and I would argue that anyone who's ready to draw their weapon and go to war has not done everything they can do. In Marion County, where I live, and I'm the vice chairman of a county party, I'll just leave it at that, there's over 40 vacant, or not vacant, but seats up for election. And that does not include the 600 plus precinct committee spots, okay, that mostly go unfilled. In Marion County, in my party, there's barely 200 of them. In the other parties, are even less. So, the biggest thing we need to do is understand why we're here, and we need to understand the Constitution that gives us the knowledge of how to be the government, because you've all mentioned that the government's not listening. These guys went home last week, some of them with Band-Aids on, because it was a rough session, okay? But they're not listening. In order for them to listen, you need to be them. So if you have not yet run for city council, county commissioner, school board like my wife sitting there in the rain, I love her, then you're not ready to pull a weapon out yet. Okay? You need to take the government over by being the government. Okay? So, we talked about being a precinct committee person. A lot of people are going like a PCP. What's that? That's a drug I heard of once. Let me tell you really quickly what it is. You remember when you used to actually go someplace to vote, to your precinct polling location? It's your neighborhood. And in every neighborhood, there are so many precinct committee people based on the population of that precinct. These people are the lowest elected office in the land and the most important. Because it doesn't matter what party you're a part of, they are the ones that decide what the party stands for in your community. So, you have until Tuesday, 5 p.m. to sign up to become a precinct committee person. And at this point, don't mail it. You need to go down to your county commissioner's office, your county clerk, and sign up on an SEL 105 form, which I have about 20 or 30 of, and get on the ballot in your neighborhood and have your neighbors vote for you so you can go and represent them at your county party. Now, I happen to be part of a party that starts with an R, but believe it or not, there's a lot of Democrats that don't like the government either. And what doesn't work, I can't figure out is why are there less precinct committee people in that party than there are in mine? If they don't like it becoming the Socialist Party, they ought to get in there and fix it. So anyway, just to wrap up, PCP overview, I did that. The reason it's important is because a precinct committee person votes at the county level as to who their leadership is for that county party. And they go to the state level. And at the state level, they determine what the party's platform is, what they stand for, what they believe in, and what they're willing to fight for. It all starts in your neighborhood, and it's the most important thing. So I would say get involved or quit complaining, because all politics is local. And now all these petitions and online this and online that, you know what, a lot of that's nice, but you really want to know what makes a representative uncomfortable? When you're looking at him eyeball to eyeball and saying, I don't like what you're doing. Go see them in person. Spend 3 minutes telling them what you think. Or better yet, go to their office and make an appointment. Or don't make an appointment and just show up. That makes it really uncomfortable. Okay, so, folks, SCL 105s by Tuesday, 5 p.m. Get involved. Otherwise, you got nothing to complain about because you own what you get. Thank you for bringing.
Electric office, wherever you live at, get one. Get the SC1. What's the number again, sir? SC135 or something like that? SCL 105. Just make sure we do that, because we are the government, we are the people, and if we don't hold the people that we represent us accountable, how can we move what we want through? Next person will be, he's a man that went through, he put term limits in this county. Now let me tell you something, let me give you the repercussions of that. 70.5% of Douglas County voted for it. That's the fact. Then all of a sudden, there's the rest of the story, and I'll let him tell you that. This be Mr. John Parker. Come on up.
You almost left me with nothing to talk about. So, before I talk about term limits, Gavin, how many people watched the live feed when Gavin was talking with David? Hallelujah! That was awesome. Thank you for that. So, the guy before me just talked about getting on his PCPs. That is where you get to affect change at the local level in your party. Change is a hard thing to promote because nobody has a problem in their county. It's always the county over. When we put on term limits, I got the signatures in under a year to do that. And like Ronnie said, 70% of the people voted for it, and it took one judge from another county to take it away from us. We're in an appeal on that one. But there's patriots out there that don't care about the rulings of a judge. Union County, over in northeastern Oregon, they just finished collecting their signatures. I suggest all of you who like term limits get active in your county and continue to collect term limits until we're done with the court case, even after we're done with the court case. How many people from Douglas County do we have? Ouch. How many people brought their children today? That's amazing. I brought my children here a year ago when we had the Heirs of Patrick Henry had a Second Amendment rally. I don't know how many of you know this, but Ronnie was the winner of our rifle that we raffled off. And ever since then, Ronnie's been active, not just in Second Amendment issues, but in everything. He helped organize this. I want to ask every one of you, just like almost every speaker has, to get active. Not just stop at the precinct committee person slot. Go file for something. If you win, you lose, whatever, go file. Ask your neighbors to file. Be active. I don't see a single fair weather patriot here today. There's candidates for office that are taking a stand. Joe Ray Perkins, Bruce Cuff, and Mark Callahan. They're standing at the most important time, when tyranny is running rampant in our country. I thank you all for coming out here. I'm proud to stand with every single one of you. I hope to see you at more rallies. I hope that we don't have to continue having rallies. I hope that we can elect some constitutional individuals. And by chance, if somebody out there misses the deadline for running for PCP, it's not over for you. You only need 3 votes as a write-in candidate to run. It's pretty neat because 3 is for the 3%. How many people today came from Harney County? God bless you guys. Thank you for your time, and I sincerely hope that each and every one of you run for an office. Run hand in hand with each other Get your neighbors involved. Get your friends involved. Get your friends to run with you. Let's flood the ballot boxes with names of patriots. Thank you.
Another beautiful and peaceful rally by we the people, free Americans that want to remain free. Thank you. Speaking of freedom, we have political prisoners. We have patriot political prisoners. I call them the P3. Make sure you watch out for all the support links and share and spread that. Keep your prayers out. Now on my way to Portland, Oregon today, or down into the city anyway.
All right. Yeah, they just call this speaker. That's actually Sergeant Mo. It's been on air with us many, many times. So that's not just speaker. That's Sergeant Mo.
Harold Thorne called me from prison, and he has a message for all of you. And this is for the nation and everybody coming out in support and rallying peacefully for them in Lavoie. He said thank you, and that they are inside thankful for all of you for what you are all doing throughout this nation. He said thank you, that they love you, and that they're praying over you, all of you, that their prayers are for you. They want you to know they're doing okay, that it could be worse. Without you, without your love and support, it would be worse. But because of your love and support and your great efforts all around this nation, they're doing much better than they could be. And he wanted you all to know that today. And I've heard that sentiment from the others through various phone calls and letters as I received them. They love you all very much. They're very touched very deeply. Now remember them. Don't forget only them. Remember the Hammonds, Steve and Dwight. And do not forget other political prisoners, such as Skylar Barbeau up in Seattle, Washington. I'm going to be watching out for their upcoming hearing. We got one on May 2nd. We're going to have one undated so far in April. So that'll be even sooner. And indictments for Nevada are coming down on him as well. Because that was, he's one of their brothers. And he was there at the Bundy Ranch as Cliven's personal security officer at that time. And so those indictments are anticipated. They're sealed at the moment. But there's great understanding of what's coming from that. Please do not forget Skylar Barbeau. They do not, the prisoners in Portland and throughout the other states that will be eventually transferred to Portland and Nevada do not want you to forget Skylar Barbeau. If you don't know about him, please check my page, Maureen Peltier, and I will lead you to another page, a support page built just for Skylar Barbeau, and the information there is invaluable. And you will get to know who he is as a man, a Marine, and a Washington Army National Guard soldier, retired now from both, and your fellow patriot, your American who deserves justice, due process, and he is not receiving it at this time, just like your brothers and sisters in the Portland, Oregon prison, as well as other states right now. We need to change things, not only for them, but for ourselves. People like Pete Santilli for speaking. He speaks no differently, maybe a different style, a little bit different style than me, just a little bit. But he's in there for his journalistic work, his activist journalistic work, and I was right by his side. So I'll be in there soon too, I expect. Please continue to work. As many of us continue to get picked up for whatever reasons they're trumping up charges for of terrorism, for speaking the truth, you guys will have to carry the torches continuously and educate in the spirit of Lavoie Finicum. Amen.
For that, I'm going to do a short closeout, and then we ring the bell for our citizens, and then we'll go home to our loving families. And don't forget, we got to remember those that can't go home, whether it's here, or speaking their mind out and having their First Amendment rights impeached on, encroached on, or whether it's a military overseas, where we don't know each and every day what's going on. All right, we're going to introduce a guy. Yeah, let my people go, like Moses said. Let my people go. Huh. All right, we're going to bring this last one up. He is off the same gene line as Gavin. At the same time, I feel like the Holy Ghost is walking about. Let's go ahead and bring out Nathan Syme. Come on up.
What I have to say to you all is brief. What I have to say to you all is real brief. Gavin's already talked to you about unity. So I'm going to talk about what that looks like in action a little bit. Every day, I'm on the phone, or almost every day, with somebody I've never met, never even talked to, trying to figure out, what's going on with you, how can I help you with you being attacked. There's a Mexican kid in my town who was being abused by the government, so I called him up and said, do you want people in court with you? I've talked to patriots from the refuge and said, what can I do to help? People I've never known, never met. Right now, I'm looking for American Indians who are being abused by the government that I can talk to. And that's what I want everybody to be doing. If we want to get anywhere, if we want to have union, we got to do it. People will give you their phone numbers. They want to talk to you. People in jail want to hear from you. People who you think have completely different ideas and worldviews than you that are being abused by the government, if you get a hold of them and say, hey, I hear you're being abused by the government, what can I do? Even if it's just talking to you to make you feel better, I can do that, even if we don't agree on everything. So let's start looking out for our neighbors, even the ones we don't agree with completely. That's what love is, gentlemen. That's what love is. Woo!
He's ringing the bell for each of the persons that has been in jail or prison for their First Amendment rights, and anybody else that stands up for freedom also. I'm going to wrap this up. I want to first of all thank everybody for coming. I want to thank also for, oh my goodness, what we got? Freedom, what is the name of our organization, girl? Oh, Citizens for Constitutional Freedom Support. I want to thank my chairman and co-chairman who started this. We've been doing this since early January of the first year. It started out with only 3 states. Okay? Early February, nevertheless. And yet we have 42 states that was protesting today in 126 cities. Let's give a shout out for that. Yes, we made it nationwide, baby. But it's not because of me. I'm just a lonely grain of sand, people. I'm not worthy, but God gives us the word and gives us the inspiration in my belief. But we got to be able to stand up. We got to do these things. First thing we got to do, we got to participate. We got to take our government back, starting at the local level, the county level, the city level, even the school boards. So that way, in order us to compel the states to follow what we want and get some of our state lands back, they've been talking about for the last 21 years since I've been in the state, we need to have a constantly sound candidate that will take out the tyrannous one that don't listen to us. But we got to be active. We got to start within our schools. We got to start in those areas. This coming summer, I'm going to be on the line. I'm on Facebook. I'm going to be trying to get a constitutional posse together, in my belief. What it means is that we want to get people like-minded in each counties. When you got the candidate that needs help, we need to go out there and knock on doors and do a grassroots campaign and make sure that we change back time. Because if we keep moving forward in the direction we got, especially in the most important election in 120 years or so, this election requires, at the state level, if we want to at least try to argue and help our farmers, help our rights, be able to visit my lands and do recreational activities without being restricted, we have to be able to stand up. We got to get out there. People that you may not like, people might cuss you. People might go through and say, you're just a radical. You just knock on the door and keep a smile on your face and just keep rolling. Because if you can, for every 10 people you affect, if you get 3 of them to sign up and get registered to vote, and then you come out and you say, this representative has done this. Let's use one out of Aloha, Chuck Riley, for an example. U.S. State Senator for that area, who hates freedom, who does not, he wants to charge you taxes on your house, but yet he's living fat cat and having good stuff like that, So then we keep, what I'm basically trying to say is this,
we got to get out there and grassroots campaign and help those candidates who need help. If we don't do it, we can't change nothing in here. And if we can't change nothing in here, we cannot change anything at the federal level. I want to thank everybody that came, all my speakers. I want to thank Steve Baldessari of the Citizens for Constitutional Freedom support. And I want to thank also Jessica Maples out of Arizona. Now imagine, Steve is from Massachusetts, and he's in the heart of liberalism. Boston. Can you imagine living in Boston? That's why they can't pronounce it. But nevertheless, he's there, and he plants grains of sand, seeds like I am out here, and everybody else. We are seed makers. Now, in order for us to have a high yield of what we want done, we have to be on the run, be active. Go to your PCPs, go to your county election office, become a PCP member, sign up, and make sure that you stand up.
Those Bostonians, they had courage back when they had that Tea Party. We need to get them going again.
Yes, we do. We need more Bostonians. We need to be like our patriots. It's time to stand up. There you go. Nevertheless, we got to do that. I want to thank all y'all for showing up. I'm overwhelmed. I'm very humbled, and keep fighting. Peacefully first. Thank you.
God bringing us this liquid sunshine today, but we're used to it. We're resilient. That's why we're Americans, right? All right. Now, we're here for the Constitutional Freedom Support Rally that's going on in over 126 cities in this country. That's very good. Not bad for 6 weeks worth of work, huh? Grains of sands can move mountains. At the same time, we're going to be addressing issues that we really heartfelt concerned about. This is an election year. Most important thing that we got to realize, people, that if we do not participate, you deserve the government you get, but it could lead to the road of tyranny and the rights being eroded even further. Do you want that to happen? No! Okay, that's why we got you here. We're going to wake you up. We're going to have a bunch of speakers here. We're going to go through and we're going to make sure everything's right. There's going to be all type of people. People coming from the incident over in Eastern Oregon. We have representatives going to speak from there. We're going to have our representative from the Marble Nut House here, as I call it. And then we're going to go on down the line. Hope that we have a message for y'all. Hope that y'all take it to heart. And like I tell all my godchildren, faith is not born of words, it's born of actions, deeds, and sincerity of the heart. So I hope y'all take that in stride too. All right, we're going to do the flag salute. And very much appreciate if y'all, whatchamacallit? Oh, all right. We can wait a little bit. We'll let these guys come through. I stepped on something, but I'm not no officer. We got a good crowd coming. I'm sure they want to give the message too. There's all the people coming from all over the state and various parts of the country. It is a great honor to come through. That's what freedom's about. Does that sound better now?
Sound wonderful.
One inch away from it. Okay. Do I sound better now? All right. Oh, look at these guys. Look at these people coming down here. This is what we're talking about. We are going to show our dissent that we're not happy with the way they're running our government right now. They need to start paying attention to us because we, the people, have the power. Right. We can choose to leave them in, or we can vote their butts out. Amen. This is what we got to do this year. We just can't talk. We can't say, oh, they're my business, it's not my fault, or anything else. We got to get boots on in the mud out here and make it happen. Because if we don't, we may get the same government we have last session. At the same time, we won't be able to address the federal government, because the federal government ain't going to listen to us. We got to be able to work it through our House of Representatives, our state Senate. And then if we put a mandate on it and they hear it, then we may possibly, if they have to, use the Attorney General to put more pressure to get some of these lands released back to the people. Not just be shelter for reduce or take away people's livelihood or restrict our freedoms to use those lands in a recreational or private way. That's going to benefit all of us. Until we do that, we're going to be in trouble. That's all I will say about that. But as this crowd's going through, I want y'all to familiarize yourself with everybody. I want y'all to have a little discussion and get ideas. And first of all, I want to thank Sherry here from the Portland rally. Oh, wait, where are you from? Oh, you're from my rally. Okay, from my rally. And I'm also, and her daughter, who's my co-director, Angela DiVincenzo. I want to thank y'all both for helping them. They're the ones put all this stuff together. They're the ones on the internet, trying to get everybody aligned, corresponding. And without them, we wouldn't have what we got. And I'm very thankful that I was able to have good help like that, along with myself. Because I can't do nothing alone. It takes all of us to do things. It's not just I in this situation. It's we, the people. Until we start acting like we the people, we can have different beliefs. We can have different everything else that they try to use to divide us. That's right. But woe to those that try, because when they try to take away our liberties, no matter which side of the spectrum you may believe or disagree with, all of us as one country and one state.
We can't hear. We can't hear. You need to get closer.
All right. Does that sound better?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we need to get together, no matter what part of your spectrum, where you're from, what you drive, how rich, how poor, or anything else. We are all one American. And if we don't get that mentality soon, the people that are using all this trash to divide us, to take us mind off by division and bickering, while they go through and take away your freedoms. Are you going to tolerate that? No! Right. That's what we want. But nevertheless, what I will say is that we're going to have some speakers today. We're going to address everybody's issues, and we're going to have an attack plan, how to go about it. And we're good. I'm the person that's taking time off from his job, and everybody's going to have skin in the game. Some people gave a lot of skin, some people gave a little skin. Just that little bit can make mountains move. That's right.
We better start with you.
I am bad for you. I'm fine now. Now, we'll make sure that I will have my feet planted squarely and not stumbling like a goose. The second thing is, we will have people to speak, and as soon as some more of these people come over here, we shall do the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we'll have Joe Shingle sing the national anthem. So you got a few minutes for that. Thank y'all.
And the home of the brave.
Well, is the federal government plotting a huge land grab? Republican Utah Congressman Rob Bishop claims that 13 million acres, maybe even more, all throughout the West are at stake. And he says he has documents from the Department of Interior to prove it. Congressman Bishop was kind enough to join us.
All right, well, let's
Talk
see if
about
this
something
Fox
today.
News bit's going to knock me off the air.
You're actually vacationing here this week, so instead of going...
Actually, I'll just give you the link and move on. Well, I was going to give you the link, but now I lost.
I know you've all been waiting for this and very patiently. And earlier, before the rally, the family had an opportunity to do one-on-one with the media. And so now they're here to address you. And we're going to begin with Lavoy Finicum's widow. I hate saying that. She hates hearing it. All right. Jeanette Finicum, and she's going to share with us what they know, and she's going to speak about truth amidst all of the lies and tell us who her husband really was. Jeanette.
First, I would like to
Jeanette
say
Finicum.
thank you to Jordan Page for that beautiful song. When we heard it on the internet, Okay, I'm real close. I'm about to eat it.
That's right.
Okay. Oh, this is so foreign to us. When we heard Jordan singing that song, we wondered how he could know Lavoy so personally. He was able to describe my husband so well. He was a man who lived by a code. He was a man who was a man of God, and he followed those principles and values in every part of his life. I have written something because I'm not a public speaker, so I hope you'll forgive me for reading what I have to say. I first want to express my gratitude for those who have given of their time and their talents to help our family during this difficult time. Todd McFarland, Sherilyn Eager, Boyd Tuttle, just to name a few. Our extended family and friends within our communities, for all of you who are here today, for all of the kind, loving, thoughtful people across this country and beyond, because we've heard from everyone everywhere across the world who have sent cards, support, and gifts in remembrance of my husband, and have carved and have in the cause in which he stood for God, freedom, and liberty. My husband Lavoy was an amazing man, a rare one of his kind. From the very first time that I met him, it was clear to me that this man was a rare gem. He truly loved his Savior and was not ashamed to testify of him. He truly loved his family and enjoyed more than anything spending time with his children, playing and working side by side with them. He took his role of fatherhood very seriously and honorably. He loved me, and I loved him dearly. He always insisted on our weekly date nights so that I would have my special time with him. He loved his parents, his siblings. They were his closest friends. He enjoyed people. He shared his time, his talents with others, in serving within his church and within his community. He loved his life, and he lived each day that way. He was a man of great character and principle, integrity and strength. He was modest, and he was humble, and would be really embarrassed about all the fanfare. He loved this country and the principles which it was founded upon, freedom, which he believed was God-given. He believed in preserving this freedom and our liberty, so much so that he was willing and did give his life for it. Why was Lavoy in Hurricane? Lavoy never liked bullies. He was one who always went to bat for the underdog, as it was with the Hammonds in Oregon. He felt the government and the BLM had bullied and unlawfully imprisoned the Hammonds for a second time. He traveled to Oregon that day for the rally, not knowing then that he would be staying. The occupation of the refuge was a peaceful assembly of individuals who were wanting to bring attention to the citizens. the plight that the Hammonds were in. They wanted to point out the overreach and the persecution of innocent ranchers, farmers, and miners made by the BLM and the government. The Bundys, Lavoy, and others present were able to do this by teaching and educating those who came to them about their rights, encouraging them, letting them know that they were not alone, that there were indeed others around the country who were concerned for them and willing to stand up with them and for them. The day that my husband Lavoy was murdered, assassinated by our government, they had been invited by Sheriff Palmer to speak to the citizens in his county in the city of John Day. This is what I know about the ambush. 1, they were stopped. They placed their hands and their heads out of the window to show that they were unarmed, letting them know that there were women in the truck. 2, shots were fired at them, missing all of them. Then 3, Ryan Payne was taken into custody. 4, Lavoy continues with his hands and head out of the truck, and he is yelling at them that he is going to the sheriffs in John Day for protection. Number 5, they fire upon the truck again, and that is when Lavoy leaves for protection in the neighboring county. That is why he leaves. He leaves not knowing that just up ahead they have set up a kill stop for him. Some have wondered why he tried to go around that kill stop. I haven't. I know my husband. He had 2 seconds to decide what he was going to do. He had 3 choices. 1, he could turn to the right and wreck the vehicle, and everybody inside the vehicle would be injured or killed. 2, he could go forward and plow into those officers who were there in that kill stop, and then he would be responsible for killing them or himself and others in the truck. Or 3, he could choose the less risky, less dangerous direction, and that was to turn to the left into the 3 foot of snow, which stopped the truck, and everyone in it was still safe. I know that he was constantly thinking of the safety of others because he valued life. I know that as he immediately exited the truck with his hands in the air, which was clear to see, that he was again thinking of others. I know that when he left that truck with his hands in the air, that he again was trying to divert attention away from the people that he cared about in the truck to himself, thereby having all of the officers that were clearly there in wait, in the trees, in the brush, to focus their attention on him. I have been told by Sheriff Palmer of John Day that he had requested that day that they come unarmed. It has been testified by others that they indeed did de-arm themselves before they left for that gathering in John Day, where the people were waiting to hear again about the Constitution and our rights as citizens. There may have been something in the back end of the truck, but they had no weapons on their person. I believe that as Lavoy exited the truck with his hands in the air, I believe that he was probably shouting, "If you have to shoot somebody, shoot me. Just go ahead and shoot me." I can see my husband doing that. As he left and he's running in that snow with his hands in the air, I believe that when you see him reach in is when he was first shot. And I believe that when he put his hands back up in the air immediately, empty, he was continuing to show them he was no threat to anyone. And again, when he reaches back to his body, I believe he was shot a second time. And I believe that again, he raised his hands empty to show he was not armed. And then he was killed and shot who knows how many times. And there he lay. I want to see body cam footage. I want to hear the audio that is attributed to that.
Yes.
I want to see my husband's truck.
Yes.
I want an independent investigation.
Yes.
I don't want the FBI lies. I don't want their version of the truth because they don't know what truth is. We need to talk to our sheriffs in our own areas, in our own counties. After my husband was killed, I went and called my sheriff. He's an appointed sheriff. And I asked my sheriff, are you going to protect me and my cows? Are you going to be there for me when I need you, when they come to take my cows? Do you know what he said? He said, Mrs. Finicum, you better not be armed. You better not put any guns on. You better not do what your husband was doing.
Oh.
You better think about it long and hard, Mrs. Finicum. Because, Mrs. Finicum, I have just spent 2 weeks in Washington, D.C. with the BLM, Mrs. Finicum.
Of course.
And they are not going to put up with what you have planned. That is what my sheriff said to me.
Now I'm going to stop this just for a second because this is so important. When this was on the news in Salt Lake City, at mainstream news, that's where they stopped. They didn't add any of this. In fact, this is part 1 of 2, and the 2 parts themselves are about 30 minutes, and they put up about 2.5 minutes of highly edited video. So this is the part you need to be paying really close attention to, and I'm going to rewind this so you hear this all again.
He's an appointed sheriff. And I asked my sheriff, are you going to protect me and my cows? Are you going to be there for me when I need you, when they come to take my cows? Do you know what he said? He said, Mrs. Finicum, you better not be armed. You better not put any guns on. You better not do what your husband was doing.
Oh.
You better think about it long and hard, Mrs. Finicum. Because, Mrs. Finicum, I have just spent 2 weeks in Washington, D.C. with the BLM, Mrs. Finicum.
Of course.
And they are not going to put up with what you have planned. That is what my sheriff said to me 4 days after my husband was murdered. And I said to him, Sheriff, whatever his name was.
Traitor.
I said, Sheriff, I didn't ask you what you did in D.C. I asked you if you were going to protect me, because that is your job, is to protect me from these people who want to do me harm. Are you going to be there for me? And he said, if you don't carry guns, Mrs. Finicum, I will come there and stand between you and them. But that, I just wanted to... After my husband was killed, I went and called my sheriff. He's an appointed sheriff. And I asked my sheriff, are you going to protect me and my cows? Are you going to be there for me when I need you, when they come to take my cows? Do you know what he said? He said, Mrs. Finicum, you better not be armed. You better not put any guns on. You better not do what your husband was doing.
Oh.
You better think about it long and hard, Mrs. Finicum. Because, Mrs. Finicum, I have just spent 2 weeks in Washington, D.C. with the BLM, Mrs. Finicum.
Of course.
And they are not going to put up with what you have planned. That is what my sheriff said to me 4 days after my husband was murdered. And I said to him, Sheriff, whatever his name was.
Traitor.
I said, Sheriff, I didn't ask you what you did in D.C. I asked you if you were going to protect me, because that is your job, is to protect me from these people who want to do me harm. Are you going to be there for me? And he said, if you don't carry guns, Mrs. Finicum, I will come there and stand between you and them. But I just wanted to relay that story to you so you could understand that our sheriffs are being indoctrinated by our government. They are being told that they do not have power, that they are not the authority in our counties, which they are. We need to elect sheriffs that know the Constitution, and that can stand by it and stand with us. So I urge you to, when you go to vote for your sheriffs, make sure that you pick wise men and men who will stand and that you can trust and hold accountable. Before my husband left for Oregon, we had just gathered our cows and branded on New Year's Eve. It was a wonderful time, and we froze to death, but we have really good memories. What is it about suffering out there in the elements that bring great stories later, right? We have lots of those. But he left my daughter, Tian, who is 18 years old, he left her in charge of the ranch. And she has taken that responsibility very seriously. And thank heavens for my children who learned from him, because we will be depending upon her greatly for running of the ranch. I am forever grateful that I had the opportunity to go to the refuge and to work there with my husband and to see what they were doing. And I watched him from sunup to sundown, talk to the people who came and talk to the reporters who came, and I watched him teach about the Constitution, and I watched how he was with the people and how he gave freely of his time and how excited he was. He said to me, he says, Jeanette, you know, I spend from morning till night teaching people. I haven't done this much teaching since I served my mission on the reservations in the Dakotas. And it makes me so happy to do this all day long. So I know how happy he was to be able to share that with everyone. I'm grateful to know that I will eternally have the opportunity to spend eternity with him. And I'm grateful that I had those last few days with him there at the refuge, because had I not gone, had I not taken that opportunity to spend time with him, I would not have the peace and the strength that seems to carry me now through all of this. So I'm grateful that I too had the chance to go up there and be with him. I wanted to end by just repeating what he said to me as I was getting in the car to leave on Monday. He said, I love you, Jeanette. Take courage. Have strength. Have faith. God is in charge. I can still see his face smiling at me as I'm driving away with his, I love you. I want to, again, thank you for coming to support me and my family and to continue supporting the Bundys. They need their husbands and fathers home, so let's not forget about all of them who are incarcerated. Let us stand. Let us fight back this tyranny. Let us not let Lavoie's murder be in vain. Do what is right and let the consequences follow. And I wanted to say God bless you, and I love you, and thank you so very much.
We love you,
Maryland, come on over. And I wanted, come on. So this is Dave Bundy's wife. And we're very, very honored to have her with us today. Yeah. She's smiling. Imagine. So I've talked to her mother-in-law on several occasions, and I keep asking her, "What's the message, Carol? What's the message?" You know what she keeps saying to me? Pray for America. That's the message. We love the Bundys, and we love the good people that they are. So.
I'm actually smiling because the reason I left is because my husband got out of confinement so he could talk to me. So, and he said to tell you all that he loves you all and he loves this country very, very much. On Thursday morning, my husband dropped my daughter off to school to catch a bus to come here to the Capitol building for a field trip. And then he went to our home where we're building a new home in Delta, Utah, which is in Miller County. And I got a call from our workers who are helping us with our concrete work, and they said, we aren't allowed to go into your home where the road down to your house, they blocked it. And I said, what do you mean they blocked it? And he goes, there's lights. And I knew immediately what was going on. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew it. My dad took me to there where we got at the tail end of the convoy. They had over 15 FBI SUVs and at least 30 FBI officials, or whatever you want to call them. And my husband told me that he was just unloading, a man just trying to build a home for his family. He was unloading lumber out of the back of a truck, and they came in there like it was some kind of video game to him, and surrounded him, and threw flashbangs at him to create smoke, and to disorient him, and they all got out with their gear on, tactical gear on, and pointing guns at him. And my husband's a good man. He did exactly what they told him to. He put his hands up, dropped his knees, and then they came and arrested him. Now this took place right behind an elementary school where we're building our new home. And I immediately told my dad, we have to go find the sheriff. We need his help. And there was no sheriff in that county to help me. And they pretended that they didn't know what was going on. And this is right behind an elementary school. Would you want your children to go to a school where they're performing this kind of operation and not know about it in your county?
Absolutely not.
My husband is a good man. And yesterday, when he was having his arraignment, when they unsealed his charges,
it really hit home when they said to him that the United States of America against Dave Bundy. My husband loves this country. He loves the United States of America. He owns a construction business, and he has for the last 16 years. He provides jobs for other employees and their families. All my husband did at the Bundy Ranch during the standoff was help his neighbor, help his family, stand up for his rights, for his First Amendment rights. My husband is the one that he was on the side of the road taking a picture. He wasn't on private property. He was on our property. He was on a state highway. He was taking a picture with his iPad when the BLM was coming off the mountain. He didn't stop them from coming off the mountain. They yelled at him. They told him to get back in his car. He said, "I am practicing my First Amendment right." They yelled at him again, and he said it again. Then they attacked him. They threw him to the ground, stamped on the back of his with their boots, and took him away. And they took him to like a holding yard where they had his dad's cattle, and they paraded around him for several hours until they could figure out, what do we do with him now? There was no place that wanted to take him. They took him down to Las Vegas and booked him into the federal prison there and treated him terribly through the night. The next day, they were in contact with me asking me what kind of man he was, and and questioning me about him and his integrity. I was on my way down there when I got the news that they had come in to the courtroom, gave him a tuna fish sandwich, and allowed him to go free. But before they did that, they made sure they gave him 2 citations with 2 pink slips and let him go free. The governor and county commissioners got involved and said it wasn't right what they did to him, that he was practicing his First Amendment rights. And those citations that they gave him, I called on them for several months, and there's no such things. That is all my husband did. He didn't do anything wrong. And now I have to ask this. There in Nevada, the governor did help him with that, and the county commissioners. And I have to ask, where in Utah is the governor? And where are our state representatives to get my husband out here in Utah?
Yeah, where are you?
Why, yesterday, did the judge not allow another judge to take this case? The judge said that she was going on vacation and she would not be able to help my husband until Wednesday. Why couldn't she assign it to another judge? Why is my husband locked up in a box for nothing? I ask all of you to pray for my husband and pray for the Finnekins and all those who were wrongly adjusted. I have 6 children that want to know where their dad is, and they need their dad. I have brother-in-laws and sister-in-laws. Sister-in-laws don't have their dads. They don't have. We have all these children without dads. I have a mother-in-law that does not have a husband. I'm asking the state of Utah to come out from hiding before Wednesday, the representatives, and help my husband. Don't let my husband leave the state of Utah. Please protect him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there was a plea put out from the Finnegan family to stand with Lavoy in
the state capitals of every state in the nation today. And Portland and Salem were both going to do one. I just didn't want to go over the mountain. I felt there was enough people here that would like to stay right here and protest. So I stepped up and said, okay.
I'm going to stop for a minute. You know, I did an experiment over at my radio station, freedomslips.com. You know, we got like 91 hosts over there doing this thing and that thing or whatever. And we got a little chat room over there. It represents almost 0% of our actual listener base. You know, so I just wanted to do a small experiment with the 50-some people in the chat room over there. And I said, if you're paying any attention to what we're doing, you know, just go over into the chat room into YouTube and just type the word grinder and go away. That's fine. If you don't want to be involved or whatever, or get into the chat. You know, the word was important because it gave me an opportunity to do a little experiment to see who is paying attention, because our chat room is, you know, it's such a ridiculously small percentage of our actual listener base that, you know, it doesn't really matter, but it just kind of gives me a little bit of an idea of who's paying attention. And apparently nobody is paying any goddamn attention. The only person that was even listening to it apparently lives in England, was Surrey Sunflower. Friend of mine, Willow Andreasen. Nobody in America. And while they steal your rights away, you don't care. Or they don't care. While they steal everything they have, everything you have, they don't care. Because it's super soldiers and reptilian aliens or some such bullshit that I never can quite get my mind around. But anyway, does that even matter? Does it even matter? You know, I got some people giving me some crap because I moved a little bit of the station over here. I haven't moved the station over here. And then, you know, I had this other issue going on this week, or earlier last week. You know, because I'm over here doing my thing, my particular agenda, my particular concern. I'm using this YouTube because of my particular concern. You know, and I was discussing that with some friends of mine. And, you know, one of my friend's wife decided to run her fucking yap trap because I kept saying that, you know, over there at the station, you know, what I'm trying to do doesn't even matter anymore. Nobody, you know, there are very few people over there at the station that really even care about what I'm doing. You know, so all this kind of patriotic idea has been pushed out. Instead, it was turned into a, this big giant thing that I had to deal with for the last week. Instead of working on rally organizations and getting people organized, I spent all this time on this drama that was absolutely ridiculous. You know, if anybody else had done this, the actual person that was involved in distracting me so intensely for 2 days, well, she would have called them a FBI agent or some kind of dumb shit. You know, paranoia gets you nowhere. Paranoia gets you killed, is what paranoia does. So I'm sitting here scratching my beard, being a little bit upset. Because, you know, we got 41,000 listeners over there at Revolution Radio right now. Well, of course, they all have their own followers and stuff. But, you know, why, since I started this station exactly on this point and for this, the reason the exact reason of what we're talking about right now and all these issues are why are so many people so completely uninterested in this whatsoever. This is incredibly important. I'm a farmer. I grew up a farmer. I was born a farmer. And, I don't know anything about anything but being a farmer. I lived in cities when I was a musician. Hated living in cities. Hated it. I like the country and I like the ground. And now I'm a farmer again. And it's incredibly disconcerting to me that how few people care about what we're trying to accomplish here. And then you get all the trolls, they're acting like we're like Al Qaeda or something, or ISIS or something. No, we're just trying to regain our rights as not citizens of the United States, but just our human rights of people who live in the United States. Everybody, anybody but the Native American, of course I understand, anybody but the Native American, if they wanted to push the subject, is actually an illegal alien. All right, so that down, you can't fix history. But you can fix the now and you can fix the future by, just not being a dumbass. Not following the stories and not paying any attention to what is going on and getting your ass off the ground. I am so sick of hearing about people talking about being, I'm awake. Here's the awake thing. Here's the awake. You know what? You can be awake all the fuck you want to be, but if you're laying in your pajama pants in bed watching TV being awake, well, you're not doing anybody any goddamn good. You gotta get out of the bed. So anyway, back to Donna Hammond.
Okay, I'll organize it. I have 2 more cakes. Good to meet you too.
Do all we can.
Thank you for coming.
For people that don't ranch or don't know the agricultural life, they may not understand what we deal with. But picture having your house that you live in Bend or Redmond or any other place that you rent, but your rent isn't based on so many dollars per month. It's based on how many people live in your house every month, and it can change from month to month. Then add to that your landlord can tell you which rooms of your house you can't use every month. And then your landlord's kids, meaning the deer and the elk and the birds and everything else, which we all enjoy, can come to your house as well as all the rest of the town and browse through your refrigerator, and you have to feed them. And they get on. They say that we're welfare farmers and ranchers, that they don't charge what the land is worth. But there's a lot of things that we have to do that we pay for out of our own pockets that makes the land better.
We're here today to not only remember Lavoie and his murder that happened, but we're here to educate people here in the state of Oregon. I think a lot of folks don't really realize our constitutional rights for the state of Oregon. And so we're here to, if anybody wants to come up and ask us about it and get more information on what we're doing and what our goal here is, I think that the whole state would understand and be in our corner as well. The federal government has no rights here in the state of Oregon, and especially with our land. We are all about agriculture and ranching here in the state of Oregon, and the federal government has no basis to come in and order us around for our property here.
This is Rocky Hall with the Lassen County Oath Keepers, California, and I'm going to be conducting an interview here with Tom and Chris. And Tom is a local rancher, and Chris is the retired fire chief?
Yes.
Of Burns, Oregon? Okay. We're going to start with Chris. Chris, go ahead and we're going to start with Tom, and Tom, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Tom Davis, and we raise Saddle Broncs and Bareback Broncs for the rodeo industry. And the pest here is Vegas. Not that wants to get in the show. There he goes. Anyways, nice to meet y'all.
So we're here today to get your story. I met you today out at the refuge when we were picking up some vehicles, and you were out there as well helping some people get their stuff back. Wherever you want to start, as far back as you want to go with the BLM, Burns, Oregon, where do you want to start?
This whole thing started with the Hammonds. Actually, it goes further back than that, but let's go with the more recent. There's Hammonds. And
How far back does it go? It's pretty deep here.
It goes way back. It goes back to the floods and back to the government takeover, getting control of that refuge and taking lands from the bottom, the ranchers in that country, and creating a non-sustainable area where the wildlife doesn't even, they hardly have the wildlife numbers they used to have because the area is not a productive area. It's so overgrown that it's a wildfire hazard to begin with.
I was actually told that by a local rancher that is 5th generation in this area. He was saying that the wildlife isn't there as well,
No.
so that's been verified.
It was kind of funny. They used to put out a brochure up into the 90s. They stopped putting it out when it hit 2000. They used to say the best viewing of the wildlife was at nearby ranches. And
yes.
To go to see the wildlife. Because the birds, the geese, the wildlife likes that fresh green growth. And when you got such an overkill of growth, wolfy material there, they're not having no food. And there's too much coverage, so the predation is hard on them. So they stay out away from that area because what duck wants to build a nest where the predation is going to hit them pretty hard. Predation being raccoons, predators like raccoons, cats, cougars, we call them cats, or bobcats, or coyotes.
So the local wildlife has been hugely affected by what they've done out at the refuge. Can you tell me what they've done? You were telling me earlier today, or excuse me, it was yesterday, about the island.
Oh.
They're trying to play God and they're not God. That's for
That was my son.
to decide.
Anyways, the brilliance of the government is to build an island that's cost $1.5 million on antiquity lands, that's Native American artifacts, burial grounds and that, out on the lake. They built this massive island to introduce a bird from Portland that they're capturing called a tern and bringing them down here, trying to build a colony of terns they figure is going to eat the carp, but the terns are about like the homing pigeons, they're going back home. They head back to Portland where they come from. And so it's just stupidity of the government trying to create introduce another species into this area
that's not native to here.
That's not native. And they've roads and material and everything from the different areas, bringing rock in that's not native to that specific area, building this island out in the middle of Malheur Lake that cost the American taxpayers $1.5 million for a tern of bird that they figure is going to stay here. That's already showing that they're going back home to Portland to eat the salmon. And they don't want carp, they want salmon. I don't blame them. And it's just the stupidity of the government.
What's your involvement with the refuge out there? We kind of touched on it a little bit yesterday. You want to go ahead and tell us how you got involved?
I got involved when I went down there to the refuge. Me and my son went down there to see what was going on. Figured a good civic lesson to see. You've seen the occupation of Burns. You've seen the occupation of our airport, where you went towards the front end of the gate, and if you crossed the line, then you were met at gunpoint with weapons pointed at you, with weapons out behind, 7, 8 guys with weapons ready to kill you for crossing the zone. Hostility
on public land.
On public lands. Same with the courthouse there in Harney County. So we went down to the refuge, and we were met with handshakes, friendly attitude, people that was great. They kept the refuge cleaned and that.
You're talking about the occupiers.
About the Bundys that was at the refuge. It wasn't occupied. The refuge was open. The doors were unlocked in the buildings. This the people don't know. When they approached the refuge and took over the refuge, the doors were unlocked. The federal government went through the refuge, and already there was paper scattered everywhere as if they were searching for stuff to get stuff out of there. And when they took over, they walked in the doors. They were open. It's public building, public lands. I take that back. Now the feds are saying it's federal buildings, federal lands. What is it? Does it belong to we the people, or does it belong to the BLM Inc., the Refuge Inc., and all this here incorporated United States government? It belongs to we the people of the Constitution of 1778, not the Constitution of United States of America Inc. that was formed in 1868. Check that out. Check the difference out. The first is the Constitution of the land. Constitution of the land stands for good for the people. The second 1868 Constitution stands for nautical law, marine law, which is the Constitution of the sea, which is evil constitution, evil laws. And they all go back to the Jamaica, the BLM Inc., and all these. Just track it down. Track the incorporated down. It goes to the incorporation of
Are you telling the American people to educate themselves?
Educate themselves. It goes back to the West Indies Treaties, which goes back from Jamaica to Rothschilds, which goes back to the British Crown. Wake up, people of the United States. In Canada, we have a term for public lands. It's called Crown land. United States so-called public land is Crown land. It's owned by the British Crown. The whole BLM, United States Inc., goes back to West Indies Treaty Company, which is the law that was formed in 14th century, and it goes back to the Crown of Britain. This is the law they don't teach you Americans in your schools. And the Canadians still admit to it. It's owned by the Crown. All the public land is owned by the Crown. So your lands are not owned. All the money that comes from our land and our so-called resources all goes back to the Crown. So that's just a fact, people. It's a proven fact.
So when you went down to the refuge and you just drove in and were met with handshakes by the Bundys and the people that were down there with the Bundys, yeah. And did you meet Mr. Lavoie when you were down there?
Not the first time. The second time we did.
So you were just coming and going?
Yeah. Just everybody was. Yeah. Everybody. It was a welcome hospitality. Even the protesters, the granola crunchers, they were allowed down there. The paid protesters and the FBI, the FBI that was dressed up as civilians were even down there. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, they were spotted pretty easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Their mentality is just a tad bit different.
And so we had coffee down there. Me and Hunter and a friend of his, we had coffee with the people and talked to them. They invited us to supper, but we done ate, so we weren't hungry. But we had coffee and visited, and just found out what they were standing for.
Right.
And unfortunately for the government, what they stand for is exactly my belief, that we're not against the government. People, we were not, the Bundys, they are not against the government. We are for a government that is true to the Constitution, a government that is right, and not the corrupt government we have nowadays. Those politicians, those fat cats in Washington, D.C., that all they worry about is patting their pocket and paying for all these donations. You figure that these companies and corporations give these people goes to one thing, for a little bit of, okay, you'll see it my way, you do me this little favor here, or this little favor there. And then they vote laws against the people that will benefit them. That is Peter DeFazio. Check out Peter DeFazio, Congressman of the 4th District out of Medford. He came out against the Bundys, calling for a swift and immediate takedown of the Bundys, and then go down to Nevada and take care of the Bundy. Take care of the virus. Stomp on their throats. Show the militia. This is what happens for you. Why? Because all his investors that invest in his campaign all are private donors to big businesses like mining corporations, unions, building mining equipment, all this. Everything goes back to mining. Why is he so worried about the mining industry in Harney County? We have a uranium resource here. We have strychnine. We have cinnabar. We have all this gold, flour gold. And these corporations want to come in here and rape and destroy this county. Talk to the Sioux Indians in South Dakota and in Nebraska and find out what happens when uranium is opened up and destroys the
So this is
topsoil.
pretty much a repeat story of what's going on in Texas, Oklahoma, the Bundy Ranch, everything.
Yes.
So you're telling me that these militia, these government takeover, hostile Bundy people met you with handshakes and offered you to dinner. I'm going to put my 2 cents worth in on that one, because we were classified as radicals and a threat. And I want to touch on the amount of law enforcement, military guns that were here because we were so dangerous.
Mm-hmm. The only danger, the only threat that was actually here was to threaten and intimidate the people of the county of Harney, and to show the American people, this is what will happen to you. They had 4 people down there. They were compromised, and I'm kind of thinking that maybe they were working with the FBI, and it was to draw Cliven Bundy into the state of Oregon, so that Multnomah County, the socialist county of Multnomah, and those socialist judges could bring them into their kangaroo court. And that's what they did. They got on there, they did that video of screaming, "Oh, help us, we're being overrun. Burns is on lockdown." I went through Burns, and the federal people were still at the federal compounds. Federal people were still in the motels. Nobody was excited. This was 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And they were taking it over at 5 o'clock that morning. Those guys would have been down there. They'd have been on top alert, but there was nothing. The guards, there was just 2 guards out of the post and that, marching around the post with their M16 and machine guns and their pistols on their side. But there was.
You're talking about the military?
I'm talking about not the military, the mercs and all these people that brought here. They weren't military. These were government contractors that was contracted by a government. You call them Velcro patches or what? They put on patches for every agency they work for, from one of the alphabet BLM to whichever alphabet agency they are working for.
I saw a lot without name tags, patches, no markings, no identification as to who they were, and they would not tell you who they worked for. They would not tell anybody who they worked for. They were just heavily armed.
Yeah, I went and approached them, and 2 of the guys. This was down at the airport. One of the kids got in touch with me. "Tom, I'm going down to the airport to tell the feds to go home. We don't want them." So I said, "Well, you ain't going by yourself." So I ran down there, contacted several people, and there was about 30 of us showed up down there. And I approached the guards there. And there was 2 guards, and there was 8 guys standing off in the distance with their long rifles watching us. And I asked them, "Are you here to insult and take over Harney County?" They go, "We can't answer that." I said, "Are you here to intimidate Harney County?" "We can't answer that." "Are you here to kill people in Harney County?" "We can't answer that." I said, "Then who in the hell can answer the question?" "Well, you got to call this number." So we called that number. We got the same runaround, same BS. Nobody had the true answer, because that they're hiding. Whenever somebody does not answer a question truthfully and smile at you at the same time, they're a liar. And every one of these idiots were liars.
So when you went down there, you met the Bundys.
Second time.
You met Mr. Fennicum. What was your impression?
Was you down there on that ranch?
With his girls, with his daughters.
That's my son. Anyways, what happened, we went down there, and they had the rancher signing ceremony down there. And we were standing there, and I was overhearing Pete Santilli calling out 2 FBI agents that was down there as, this is you on this picture, that is you, and that call them out. And those guys were
calling them out, saying they were undercover.
FBI.
They were undercover FBI,
Yep.
down at the refuge.
Yeah, at the area where, oh my God, they were dangerous, and everybody's there. And there was 2 granola crunchers there that these FBI agents were protected. One a tall, lengthy gal, another little short gal. And there's a video out of those girls protesting on the bridge at the Narrows. One, the little short gal's wearing an eagle hat on her, and the taller, skinnier granola cruncher by the name of Kate is packing a fake stuffed raven that she calls a crow. Learn the difference between a crow and a raven, Kate, before you make the classification. And they're down there telling Arland. So I approached her, and I said, excuse me, can we talk about this? And they started screaming at me, Arland. I told the short little...
I'm going to pause this up just a little bit. Apparently, Mrs. Finicum needs some help. Now, everybody has ran to all these ranches for, glory and, FaceTime on a camera. But it sounds like she just needs some help. So, I dare all you people who are looking for FaceTime on a camera to get your ass down there and help them out. I'm way over the hell here in Kentucky. There's nothing I can do. It's way too far away, but I'm sure there are a whole bunch of you that are really close to where they are. And get over there and help her out. And quit talking shit, and just quit talking. Just quit running your yap about stuff, and get up there and do something. She has no protection, no help, not whatsoever, and her husband is dead. So the question is, are you doing something for FaceTime and dildo sales, or are you doing something for real? So that's my challenge to you. Stop acting like a fucktard. Stop doing dumb shit. And if you are really who you say you are, guys out there who want to show up for all these things, maybe you ought to get your ass down there and help out Mrs. Finicum, because she needs it right now. All those guys out there with all these militias and groups that want to clear their name, maybe this is your opportunity to actually do that, because people have been talking shit about these guys for the last several weeks, in which I can't really sort out anything. I'm not going to make any judgment one way or another, but this is your opportunity to go put your mouth, go put your mouth where it is. And go down there and help her out. She has a whole ranch she's trying to run with absolutely no help. So, go down there and help her out. I can't help her out. I have no idea how to help her out. Even if I could go help her out, I'm not a rancher. I'm a crop grower. I'm a crop growing farmer. I have no idea what to do to help her out. I would never say I did. But all those guys running their yap traps about this and that, well, let's get your yap trap down and help Miss Finicum out. Mrs. Finicum out. And get that ranch under control and get that ranch protected. So, you really want to do something? You really want to get something done? I hope somebody out there is listening to me in this patriot community and this militia community and the 3% and the patriots, whatever hell, PPN, whatever the hell. I see a whole lot of media, but I see a whole lot of nothing too. So let's go get something done and let's help that woman out. She needs her help. We just saw that just a few minutes ago. So that's my challenge to you. Let's go down there and silently give her a hand without making it a giant media event. Because when you make it a giant media event, apparently the FBI will use all of that against you. Well, we knew that anyway. But of course, there was stuff to sell. Sorry, I'm in a bad mood right now. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rancher Tom.
Fatter one, I said, be quiet, we're having a discussion here. And she shut up for a minute, we're talking. And I said, it's our land, it's true. But you don't do nothing to benefit Harney County to help us pay for the road grading. For all you tourists to come out here, you don't provide no financial assistance to Harney County. And she goes, well, the government does, the government does. I said, no, the government does. The government gives us 25% of the tax base of that taxable property. If they gave us 100%, our schools would be better, our infrastructure of our cities and our county would be better, our hospitals would be better, our libraries would be better. Our county would benefit if we was paid 100% of that tax worth of that property. But they give us 25%. So we go in a deficit because of this. And she goes, oh, I hate cows. And I said, looked at her and I kind of laughed and I says, excuse me, you got boots on. That rubber is made with cow byproduct. You got leather on. That comes from cows. And then she started, you guys kill coyotes. And that you're killers of coyotes. You kill coyotes. I said, excuse me, you're wearing coyote fringe on your boots. You're wearing nylon from the cow byproduct. You got lipstick from the cow byproduct. You got polyester on. Got wool from sheep on your neck. And I just started coloring out her hypocrisy of her.
You think she was bought and paid for?
Oh yeah, she was paid for. They're paid for protesters. Every one of those protesters down there was paid for by the federal government. And Lavoie came over and thought there was an argument going on there. Not Lavoie, I mean Ammon came over and thought there was an argument going on and put his hand on my shoulder and listened for a sec. Said, oh, he's got under control, and walked away. And I said, the people like you I have a problem with. If you believe so much that agriculture, ranching, farming is so negative and so deadly to the environment, I ask every one of you hypocrites to do me one favor. If you think logging, mining, everything is so bad, don't eat, don't wear clothes, and don't take baths, don't do nothing. Go out in the middle of a field and stand there. And when you die, I can walk over to your bleached out bones and say, there's somebody who died for their cause. Otherwise, you're all a bunch of hypocrites that's out for the money.
You should really tell me what you really feel.
Oh, don't give me there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But then we met. Then and I got here all night. After she was screaming and I calling, yelling, I told that little fatter gal to shut up twice. And then I was a feminist. I hate women and all this because I told her to shut up. And but you can't have a debate when there was somebody screaming at you.
No, you can't. I'm gonna touch on what was going on at the refuge as well. So I met you today. Do you want to kind of skip forward as to what you were doing down there today and how you were helping?
I was contacted by several people to grab their vehicles. I was given power of attorney from those people and their attorneys to pick up their vehicles. And Lisa Bundy came up and asked me if I could help her. And of course I ain't going to say no to them.
No.
To me,
yeah.
To me, all you kids are like family. And I will help out any way I can. Government might hate me for it, I don't care. And sorry government, but we don't have the big paychecks you do. We don't raise taxes to keep spending all these millions of dollars on nothing. So I was down there helping out you kids and giving you a hand. I think Chris can agree with me there.
Yep.
And somebody calls us, we're there to help people. And that's our nature.
That's the way it should be.
Yeah.
I find that with a lot of the ranchers. What do you think is the biggest divide in this county between what has happened?
The biggest divide's always been here. I don't know where these people come up with this utopian love fest that they say we had. Sorry, we don't jump in each other's bed and have love with each other. There's been a divide. There's been government workers in the city of Burns that vote all the time against the ranchers out in the country. Anybody that's been here long enough can remember the fights in the Grange Hall between the Crainites and the Burnites.
Oh yeah.
there's always that divide between the city people of Burns and the rural people. The rural people that is the salt of the land, that sweats their butts off to make a pay. That ain't being paid exorbitant wages from the government to fight the ranchers and destroy the ranchers.
What do you think, Chris?
How am I supposed to say anything after that?
I'm sorry.
It's ridiculous, you know, and I think one of the biggest problems that we face is ignorance.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's ignorance.
And that's why I want to get
right
your
here-
guys' story out.
Right here is a copy of the Constitution. Look how big of a book that is. It's just a little thing.
Condensed version. Yes, yes.
It's got everything you need.
Yeah.
It has been taken out, largely out of the schools. They don't want to educate people about it because they've changed it and rearranged it and to their own benefit.
Tom, I'm going to switch here. And
Did I get more light?
No. Oh. You sit down. I'm going to switch to Chris here. Sit. I would like to hear a little bit of your story.
Wow, I'm kind of pissed right now. So anyway, I called Stuart Rhodes, and I wanted to ask him a question, just for his opinion's sake, and it was completely off the air. And this is kind of how it went. I said, hey, Stuart, I wanted to get your opinion as a weigh-in as to, and the only reason I'm putting this on the air right now is because of the response, because it wasn't supposed to be on the air. And he goes, oh, don't put this on the air. But, you know, quite honestly, this is how this went down. I called him and I said, listen, Jeanette Finicum is calling for some help. Because the sheriff has basically told her to screw off and all that. And then I said, you know, the sheriff has said screw off, and, you know, I mean, what do you think a response should be? And he goes, well, what do you expect me to do? Go down there and fucking protect their cattle or something or whatever? I said, no, that's not even what I said. I just wanted to point in, I didn't need a smart-ass remark. This is an exact conversation I just had with this dude. And then I go, and he goes, what did you say to me? I said, I really didn't need a smart-ass remark. I just wanted your input on, you know, maybe what the response should be, because the sheriff is not going to protect them. He goes, well, you know, Lavoy Finicum fucked himself in the ass, and they're going to get everything they're going to get. And so that's kind of how that all went. And I said, dude, seriously, I just called you to get your kind of off the air, you know, your kind of your idea of how we might be able to protect these people if we can. And then he goes, and you don't talk to me like that. And then he fucking hung up on me. So, and this is the Oath Keepers? This is what we should expect from the director of the Oath Keepers? I mean, seriously? Was everybody right? I mean, what the fuck? You know, Jason Van Tatenhove is a friend of mine, and he's the media director for the Oath Keepers. He seems pretty, you know, well organized, but why did I get that goddamn response? I just wanted to get, you know, what he thought, you know, and I really didn't need some kind of smart-ass response, and and then being told that Lavoy fucked himself in the ass, exactly, is the words. So, and then don't say that on the air. Well, you know what? I'm going to say it on the air because you fucking hung up on me without actually having a conversation with me. So, you know what, Stuart Rhodes? Fuck you, too. Tell me fuck you. I called you trying to have a civil conversation of trying to help somebody out and trying to work on a civil resolution on stuff without violence, and what I got was fuck you. But don't say that on air. Whatever. God damn, give me a break.
Somebody said you resigned from your position.
From the county.
Do you want to go?
Let me clear some things up. I've been smeared back and forth. And if you want to, first of all, if you don't want the answer, don't ever ask me the question. Because I will tell you exactly what I feel.
It's all yours,
and
brother.
I don't care who you are, or how much you make or don't make, or how tough you think you are. If you ask me a question, I will tell you what I think. And what's been done to the Hammonds is wrong. Absolutely, totally, 100% wrong. We allowed that to happen. The people in this county, in this community, in this United States of America have allowed things to get the way they are. Through ignorance, through lack of knowledge, and through apathy. There are so many things, you know, I'm getting signatures for the recall of Steve Grasty, the judge. There are some people that say, well, I would like to sign that, but I'm afraid they might cut out my such and such or so and so.
You want to touch on the fear of the people to stand up against him?
People...
What would be the retaliation? What's the fear? What's the...
Money. You know, people say, well, geez, you know, I would sign that, but my business might suffer, or this or that or whatever. I think, no, I don't think, I know that everybody has the ability to know the difference between right and wrong. I don't care what sex, what race, what religion you are. You know if it's right or wrong.
Yeah.
If it's wrong, you shouldn't be messing with it.
Yeah.
If it's right, you should stand up for it. If it's right, that's the way you should live. You should live your life right. When someone asks you a question and you say, well, you know, the thought processes on how to figure out if something is right or wrong should not include a dollar sign.
Yeah.
From here or Brazil or anywhere. It's either right or it's wrong. But you talk to people that say, well, yeah, I agree with what you're saying, but God, I don't know if I could afford to do that. That's wrong. That's wrong. It's either right or it's wrong. If you figure, well, it's right because I make a lot of money doing that. That's wrong. And the people here have been placed in that situation. I moved here in 1978. The mill was thriving. There were lots of people in Burns. The ranchers were doing good. The railroad was still coming in. They were shipping lumber out. They were shipping cattle out. They were doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
They were utilizing our forests. Now we've got billions of dollars rotten up there in the hills.
Explain to me rotting, because a lot of viewers are ignorant.
Okay, let's take a little bit. Part of what's going on is they've done a lot of road closures.
Sustainable harvesting of the timber.
Sustainable harvesting of the timber. When I was first moved here, the loggers were up there and they were harvesting timber.
And replanting.
And replanting. They were brush piling, they were thinning, they were taking care of things, they were taking care of the roads.
They were managing the land.
They were managing the land. Then you have the Forest Service that comes in and they're managing the land by closing the roads and shutting off logging. You know, that country up there is tremendous resource, not just for the timber, but also for the recreation, also for a heating source. A lot of the people in this area, they use wood to heat. They have family gatherings where they go out on the weekend and have a great time. Everybody works, gets the wood, brings it in. Now they got all kinds of roads closed off with log decks on it that you can't cut for firewood. It's just going to rot. I've walked around up there past 2-3 foot diameter trees, hundreds of them, thousands of them, standing there dead because of the fires. When I first moved here, if you heard of a 10...
Now, as my anger really kind of bulls up, now I got to ask. You know, Jason Van Tedhove is a really, really good friend of mine. He's media director for the Oath Keepers, and I'm not going to ever say anything bad about him because, you know, whatever. Because there's nothing bad about that dude. He is a good guy. But now I have to wonder and ask, what the hell are the Oath Keepers if they're not trying to protect people from injustice? And yeah, well, maybe whatever he's trying to say about whatever happened in Oregon is fine. But there's a giant injustice getting ready to happen with Mrs. Finnegan's property. There was an injustice happening with Bundy property. What is the... Now I have to ask, literally, I have to ask, does anybody have any goddamn clue what the fucking point of the Oath Keepers is? Well, what are they doing? What is their point? What is their operation? What is their agenda? I know it's not a militia, but I don't see Mrs. Finicum as any kind of threat. But she is being threatened, quite clearly. I don't know. I just canceled my membership. I'm out of it. So, anyway, on we go. Rancher Tom and his buddies.
1,000-acre fire. My God, that was a monster.
I remember, yeah.
And now, they're 200,000, 400,000 acres. Why? I ask why.
Well, and the amount of wildlife that gets killed in these fires is astronomical, and the suffering that goes on with the animals, I've witnessed it myself, and so I kind of find that a personal issue myself, and it's disgusting.
It is very sad.
Yeah.
Animals don't deserve to suffer.
No.
I don't care if it's a snake that nobody likes or a coyote that nobody likes. If it needs to be killed, it needs to be killed. It doesn't need to be made suffer.
Right.
At all. And the animals that would get destroyed at these fires, it's horrible. But why is it that we never had huge fires? It has to do with the way they put them out. They used to put them out with bulldozers and backbones and grease and sweat and shovels and water, wet gunny sacks, whatever. If they had a fire up in the forest, the loggers stopped. They put all their resources to putting the fire out.
Yes.
The ranchers that are grazing their cattle up there, they put their resources on it. They were out there. They were putting the fires out. If it was really bad, they'd shut the mill down and people would go up to the hills and they'd put the fire out. And down through the years, the Forest Service and the BLM people, they have had loss of life at some fires.
Yeah.
And different places. And when they do that, sometimes it's just Murphy's Law that gets them or something like that. Then they come up with new policies to make sure that nobody ever gets hurt.
I'm going to touch on the fire that happened out here. Was that 10 years ago?
Which fire?
The one
2006 fire.
2006, 2007, 2000.
That they
2012?
That they let the BLM let
Which
go, and all the oh dear. Well, I don't know. I heard a story.
I will talk right now about a fire that was right out here. The BLM guy out there playing around in dry conditions, and parked his rig, locked his key in. He's got a converter's caught fire, and burnt 5,000 acres out here.
Yeah.
Burnt the BLM rig. Was he put up on charges of terrorism? No. He wasn't even reprimanded for it.
Yeah, their attitude was
Neglect.
well, shit happens.
That's absolute neglect.
I was
Yeah.
on the fire up here, and that Bixby Complex, was it? They called that fire, and friends called me up, Silver Creek Ranches, to help them with their cows. We got their cows moved to a safe zone. They started a backfire. The Forest Service did.
I think that's the story I
And that
heard about.
That caught the fire, caught me and the cows in there. I had burn marks on my shirt, was burnt. My dog's feet were burnt. My horse was burnt as we was getting those cows out of there. We was on that same fire over at Immigrant, moving 100 head of cows out. We lost one cow that fell in the creek. We couldn't get out of there in time. As that fire was roaring down on us, sounded like a jet engine coming on us fast. And we lost that cow. We couldn't get her over the creek. We was moving those cows so fast out of there for Wayne Evans. And that was just some of the fires here. And then the fire down there that everybody's talked about that was burning down there above French Glen that John Witzel caught. Those guys were starting to backfire. It's actually what they were doing. They wanted to burn French Glen out. The town of French Glen.
That's what I was told.
But the fire changed direction. The wind did, which is common at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You got a shift of weather. And it started burning towards the crowd. But they never stopped burning. They just kept lighting fires. Walking along there with their torches.
Who was lighting fires?
The BLM.
I've been told this by a lot of people in this county that happened. So.
Yeah.
Well, it did happen.
It did happen.
Yeah.
It did happen.
So
I think it's kind of.
Why would they want to burn out the town of French Glen?
I have no idea.
I think it has to do with apathy and an old saying that has been going around, black is green. And I've heard it a lot, and I don't like it. You know,
Black is
black
green.
is green. What that means, the more we burn, the more money we get out of it. As the fire chief in Burns, I used to take my vacation in the summertime and drive water tenders for big fires.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of a bullheaded guy that doesn't have much of reverse. And so when we would be asked to, when they'd ask me to take water into certain places, I'd always take it. I've had 4,000 gallon water trucks in there where I wouldn't have took a Jeep. But they said do it, so I'd do it. A lot of the other people would say, no, the heck with you, I'm not taking my truck in there. So when we would get caught up on the fire, they'd get demoted, they'd get sent home because they didn't really want to work. Well, and I was born and raised on a ranch where you do work. You know, a callus isn't something somebody gives you, it's something you earn. And so a lot of times we'd be at the fire longer, and there's several times that you'd see that the fire was just about done. It's like, wow, another day, another 2 days, we're going to be done with this. You get back to camp that night, and they're demobbing people. Sending them home, sending them home, sending them home. You're going, wait, you know.
This fire's almost out. Why are you sending them home?
Yeah.
Because black is green.
And invariably, people go home, and all of a sudden, it'd blow up. And I'll be darned if they didn't start calling them back. You know, this motion right here, milking the fire.
Right.
And that's wrong. That's wrong. When they had the Egley fire up here, my back was in a brace. Mark Overspike asked me if I could ride a horse and help get their cows out up there off of Blue Creek and the Ramsey Ranch and stuff like that. I couldn't ride a horse, but I could drive a truck. So I drove a pickup pulling a horse trailer, picking up stragglers and stuff like that. And Mark would say, well, go find out where the fire's at so that we can tell what's going on. They had put the cows up at Sage Hen Spring up above Yellow Jacket Lake all night long, and the next day they were going to run them all the way down into their property on Hay Creek. We stayed there all night long. They just rode around the cows at night, kept them there. The next morning, Mark says, go find out where the fire's at so that we know which way to go. So, okay. So I go down to Yellow Jacket, nothing going on there. I go down to the next road, and here's a big, long line of forest fire rigs. And they're just sitting there, and going, what's going on? What are you guys doing? Well, we're getting ready to light a backfire. What backfire? And they were getting ready. If you head towards Yellow Jacket Lake, there's a big old mountain on the right-hand side before you turn to go up the hill to Yellow Jacket. They were going to light that entire thing. That was going to be a backburn. They had it all ready. They were ready to go. I don't even think that they understood that Yellow Jacket Campground was right on the other side of that mountain.
They had to have known. They had to have known.
They didn't care. I asked a guy, what's going on? And he says, well, this is what we're going to do. And I said, you can't do that. We got 350 head of cattle and about a dozen riders down here. You're going to burn people up. Where are they at? And I said, let me look on your map. He pulled a map out. He put it on the hood of his truck. And I looked at it. And I said, well, they're at Sage Hen Spring. He says, well, where's Sage Hen Spring? And I looked at the map. Yellow Jacket Lake was on there, but it didn't have a name on it. The creeks and the waterways were there, but none of them were named. I could figure out by the road where Sage Hen Spring was, but it wasn't listed.
So here's a fire crew
I said,
with
yeah, why do you have a map that doesn't tell you what things are? He says, well, I'm not from around here. It doesn't matter. And I said, that's ridiculous. You cannot light this. You cannot do that. You will kill
we
me.
have cattle and men down there, and you're going to kill
Yes.
them. And he didn't care.
Well, he didn't know. He says, well, wow, we didn't know. We didn't know. You know, instead of me running up and down the road in a pickup pulling a horse trailer, finding out where the fire is, if they're going to be proactive on taking care of things, they should be making sure they know where the people are and the hazards and the exposures.
So a lot of the fires that have been lit in this county, and I'm going to refer back to the Hammonds at this point, a lot of the fires that have been lit in this county have been lit by BLM or Forest Service and the such, and have burnt thousands and thousands and thousands of acres.
Yes, and that's in the course of putting the fire out that are caused by lightning storms or something like that.
I definitely want to refer back to the Hammonds in this case because it just shows what they're going through and why.
Some of the stuff on the Hammonds that hasn't been mentioned is there was two BLM firefighters out there lighting fires on Hammond's fence line to burn the Hammonds out. And the backfire that they burnt was to stop that fire coming in on them, and it carried over. So whose fire was it? Was it the BLM fire that burned the 137 acres, or was it the Hammonds? Question. But the judge and that didn't care because they had it all set. They were sending Hammonds down there to the prison and that's Abraxas Cornell prison systems.
So the Hammonds have how many years of experience dealing with backfires and the such? I want to show the difference between the knowledge that the Hammonds have.
30, 40 years, probably.
So you think they have a clue?
Oh yeah.
Certainly they do. And I want to say something right now. I was the Harney County Fire Chief in conjunction with being the Burns Fire Chief. The Burns Fire Chief, I ran the ambulance in the Burns Fire Department.
So coming from a fire chief.
I was a Harney County Fire Chief from 1984 until I resigned this year.
So coming from the fire chief, you're telling me that the Hammonds absolutely knew beyond a shadow of a doubt what they were doing.
Exactly. I have worked with Steve Hammond lots of times. He has always been cooperative with me. Because of the history down there, he would call and say, hey Chris, I have a field that I want to get burned off so I can get it plowed under and get it replanted, or I got to clean some ditches or something. I'd go over it with him. I'd say, okay, what do you got to make sure it don't get away from you? And he would take care of things. When are you going to light it? Let me know. Let me know when you're done. He always cooperated with all of that. He was never trying to get away with anything. You know, the man has a right to protect his property.
Damn straight he does.
And he didn't light fires on federal property. He lit fires on his own property.
To save his land.
Off, you know, an exposure. That's a whole lot different than the BLM or Forest Service going on private land without even asking and just lighting whatever they want.
And so
Why
you're
is
telling
it
me
okay?
you have approximately, 30-something years as a fire chief?
Me? Yeah.
So as 30 years as a fire chief, who would you want next to you, the Hammonds or these BLM guys lighting fires? I mean, who would you trust your life with?
Well, I'll be honest with you, it depends on which BLM people, because there are some very knowledgeable, very smart, very professional locals here.
I've worked with a lot of fire crews
there
myself,
are some
and
of them that are really on spot and they know
Yes.
what's going on.
Yes.
There are others that shouldn't be allowed to even have a toy lighter. They should not. But the Hammonds, they were doing that to protect their land, not to destroy anything.
So they're in federal prison right now because they were protecting their lands.
Exactly.
How far does this conflict, feud, whatever you want to call it, go back with the... Give me a timeline with the Hammonds and the BLM. It seems...
Yeah, back in the 70s when the water right things.
The water right things.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened? What's their story?
They filed for the water rights in the state of Oregon. Legalities. They filed it for it. They did everything by the book. And but then the government got all upset and wanted those water rights.
They wanted them back.
Back. And they got some ranch lands and they never filed for those water rights. Well, like any entrepreneur, hey, there's water rights there that can be used to water my cows. So they filed on them, but then the government, through the refuge, and that got all pissed off and wanted their water rights back that they never filed on. They let go.
Yeah.
They let them go.
They let them go.
If you have a water right, or if you have a right, you have to claim it.
Yep.
You have to use it, and you have to defend it.
And maintain it.
And maintain it.
So the
Fish and Wildlife had not been using the water. So what you do is you prove non-use, which is exactly what the Hammonds did. They went down and they said, okay, these waters aren't being used. They were found in non-use, so they applied for the water rights and they got them. And then all of a sudden, oh wait, we want them back. Even though they weren't going to do anything with them, they wanted them back. And then started the pushing and shoving.
So it's kind of been a pissing contest ever since.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
Yes, it has, and it's just one thing after another after another.
The thing you got to remember about the Hammonds Ranch, I showed you how it lay between the Steens Mountain and the Mulhare Refuge. And that was a complete corridor to the Steen Mountains. And the government wants that land.
Why?
Period. To have that land from the refuge to the Steens Mountain monument, or whatever the bullshit name they want, excuse my language, but BS name they want to give it. And they want that land. That's the only tract of land that lays between there. And they want to own all the way to the Steen Mountains. And they don't want cows on that land. So they're willing to steal from people to get that land. Imprison people, as we see.
You're going to be talking to thousands of people. My videos look like they're doing pretty good. Is there anything that you want to say to the Hammond family, the Bundy family, the Lavoie family, Finicum family?
I'll tell you what, the Hammond family has been mistreated. They have been drugged through the dirt. They need to be left alone. They need to be able to go back and live their lives and let the land prosper and take care of their families. They need to not be harassed anymore. The Bundy families, the same thing. They aren't bad people. They're not bad people at all. Finicums, what a horrible, horrible tragedy for that man to be murdered. Yes, I talked to him. Yes, I've shook his hand. Yes, I've shook his wife's hand. Yes, I've hugged his wife. What wonderful, wonderful people. Kind and gentle people. If I still had a grandpa alive, I would want it to be Lavoie Finicum. What a wonderful guy. Calm, quiet-spoken. I mean, the only way you can find out these things is to go right to the person. And that's exactly how I got involved to begin with. I wanted to know what was going on in my community. I went and I shook their hands. I looked them in the eye. I asked them questions. I listened to what they had to say. I looked them in the eye. You can communicate with people that way. It doesn't have to be screaming and yelling, and it doesn't have to be looking at some phony post on Facebook how you base your decision on someone. It's a horrible, horrible way to mistreat good people. Good people. It's just, we have to stand up. We have to stand up. If we let things keep going the way they are, our grandkids, our great-great-grandkids aren't even going to be able to understand how we grew up, because they're going to be in an entire different world. Freedom is not going to mean the same to these kids 100 years from now than it does now, because freedoms are something that are constantly being taken away from us. And the freedoms, it was written about in the Constitution on how to maintain them and how to keep them. There were checks and balances in there that people should have been following. It's a bad thing that nowadays people are so busy just keeping their lives going. Well, they don't have a chance to pay attention about this and that. As long as they leave me alone, that's the, it won't bother me.
Complacency.
Yeah, that's a sad, sad, evil thing. People need to pay attention. Your rights. Your rights, you have to own them. You have to defend them. You have to use them. The same as a water right. The right to free speech. The way that Grassley was telling us we couldn't have a public meeting when Ammon Bundy wanted to lay out his exit strategy to leave Harney County, and we were denied the use of public buildings
By the local judge.
by Judge Grassley. The man that told me, I'm the one that uncovered some FBI guys here in town. And I'm the one that Steve Grassley pointed his finger in my face in his office, says, you have no right to follow anybody in our town. You have no right to ask anybody any questions in our town. And it's none of your damn business what goes on at the armory. For somebody to tell me that claims that he's a person of authority, the only reason that man ever said those words to me is because the night before I had got a microphone and I told people about exposing the FBI, and he caught flack on it. And people listened to me. And he wanted me out of the equation. There were 4 police officers close by, so that if I reached across to give him a free nap or just a little slap across the face, that they could have thrown me in jail and got me out of the equation. He told me that at one point in my life I might have been a dangerous man, but that I'm not anymore. He said, you've got nothing. Your perception is all wrong. You don't understand what's going on. You're an old man. You couldn't hurt anybody. You need to go home and stay at home and let us take care of these kinds of things. He never had enough hair on his butt in his entire life to talk to me like that without having his armed protection right there. I'll tell you that. I just had a shoulder replaced and I could whoop him with one hand.
So he needs 4 armed guys to protect him against the locals, because the locals are not real happy with him right now.
Yeah. There's a reason he wears a yellow shirt.
Oh, sorry.
I told him the day that I resigned.
You want to touch on why you resigned?
Because he spoke to me like that. Because he denied. I'm the one that called the fairgrounds. I talked to the groundskeeper. I said, Jesse, how do I go about getting the all-purpose building?
Mm-hmm.
He says, well, I've got the calendar here. He says, I write your name on it, and you give me a check for $100, and no big deal. I said, do you need me to bring the check right now? And he said, no, bring it a half hour early. I said, okay, and we'll find out what I need to do to clean it up and everything. He says, yep, no problem. And so the next day, Grassley said, no, absolutely not. Can't have the fairgrounds for anything having to do with those terrorists out there, the protesters, the Bundys. We're not going to have county buildings used, any discussion for that. That week, he had the all-purpose building, and that's the only thing they talked about. And there must have been 50 police officers there, all kinds of national media. We couldn't have a meeting there, but he could. We couldn't discuss anything having to do with Ammon Bundy or the refuge, and that's the only thing he talked about. There's a little difference in the standards there, I believe. And so he was telling me those things after I spoke out at the high school and told him about the FBI. And he told me I couldn't have a meeting in any of the county buildings. I said, so you're going to take away our First Amendment? He says, no. You have the right to assemble, just not in any county property. How about you go out in a field somewhere or in somebody's barn? And at that time it was well below freezing. And he thought, he had a big smirk. He thought that was pretty funny. I'm not keeping you from assembling. You're just not going to be in any county buildings. Like as if he'd paid for them himself. That's wrong. That's censorship. Later on, they had a meeting at the senior center, and they were going to limit it to 150 people. And they were going to give out tickets. And they were not going to allow anybody from outside of Harney County to be at that public meeting. He actually called me and said, hey, the Committee of Safety, we have 6 tickets reserved for you guys. Pick them up at the door. That's not how you have public meetings. That's not how you do that.
What can we do?
Well, if you're a registered voter in Harney County, good for you. Sign the recall petition. If you're not a registered voter in Harney County and you live in Harney County, go get yourself registered to vote, because it's very, very important this year.
I would say this is a huge year.
The county commission's positions are up. The sheriff's position is up. The judge position is up. We need to flush that mess and pour a little Clorox in there and disinfect it and put some real people in there. We need to put some people with backbones. We need to put some people with common sense.
Constitutional knowledge.
And constitutional knowledge. We need to have some people that can tell the difference between right and wrong. That's what we can do. And we need to stand up for our rights. We need to help our neighbors, not slice their throats.
Yeah, I'm behind you on that one.
It only took a week after the last 4 people left the refuge. It only took them 1 week to take the concrete barricades and the chain link fence down around Harney County courthouse and the jail. Why is that? When the danger, those 4 dangerous people were gone, why did it take a week for that danger to dissipate in Harney County, in town?
Would you say there was any danger at all in town?
No, absolutely not. And I do want to tell you a story. I cannot mention a name, but I can tell you that a person that I talked to that worked at the Forest Service was being lied to the point of tears. I asked this person, how are you doing through all of this? She told me, I don't like to go home a different way every time. I don't like to have an armed guard go with me when I go to the Forest Service so that I can do virtual work at my home. If we go, we have to have an armed guard, and there's black SUVs that follows us. And I said, guess what? Those are the FBI. I've already proven that. She says, and those people out there at the refuge are crazy. They're dangerous. They're not. Go visit them. Go talk to them. Go look them in the eye. Make up your own mind. There is no danger there. Those people didn't come here with any intention of harming anyone. They have not threatened anyone. She said, but you don't know. You don't know. You think you know, but you don't know. And I said, what is it that I don't know? And she started to tear up. And she said, Ryan Payne and Ammon Bundy had a big argument. Ryan Payne is now split off by himself. And he's bringing thousands of people in here. And she started bawling, and she said, lots of people are going to die. She started crying.
This is what the FBI are telling her?
That's what her Forest Service bosses were telling her. Where they got their information, I don't know. But I'd like to line them up and start knocking them down. Because you can't do that to your own employees. Keep your own employees in total fear.
Fear tactic.
Is it right or is it wrong? There's no decision there. It's wrong. To do that is wrong. There was a gag order. None of the Forest Service BLM employees could go to any of the public meetings. They couldn't say anything. They couldn't do anything. Where did their rights go?
So did you tell her that you had met the people?
I got on my phone and I called Ammon Bundy. And I said, Ammon, this is what was just told to me. And he said, you've got to be kidding. Ryan Payne's been by my side the whole time. He's never left, and he's not about to go anywhere. He said, that is just horrible to be telling those people those stories. But that's just one example. And that is absolutely 100% true. And I don't care who it is. Anybody wants to tell me it's not true, come talk to me. We will discuss it. Show me how it's not true. Because it's true.
Right.
And it's wrong. It's wrong to do. You shouldn't be following people around and intimidating people and scaring them.
Fear tactics.
Fear tactics. You know, I was coming back last week. I had a black SUV. I've been out to the Narrows at the cafe. On the way back, here's a black SUV with government plates, 2 antennas on it. Come up from nowhere all of a sudden, right on my butt. I'm on 205. So I slowed down. I'd been going about 65, which was above the speed limit. I slowed down to 55, and they would get right up on my tail. I was pulling a trailer, and it'd get to where I couldn't see their headlights, just the 2 antennas.
That close.
And then they'd back off, and then they'd come up, and then they'd back off, and they'd come up. Okay? Kind of signifies impatience, like maybe you'd like to go around. There's plenty of road. You got turn signals on that vehicle, why don't you use them? So I slowed down to make it a little easier for them. I slowed down to 50. They stayed there, same thing. So I thought they must want to enjoy their day, so I set my cruise control at 42 miles per hour, and I drove all the way to Burns. And when I got to Hotchkiss Lane, they were up there to where I couldn't see their headlights, so I thought they must be able to see my turn signals, and I turned my signals on, and I turned. And they kind of got off the road a little bit to get around me. And I turned down Hotchkiss Lane, and then I backed back onto the road, and I had to go way above the speed limit to catch back up to them. And they'd been going 42 miles an hour without any problem at all. I followed them all the way into town, and they turned on Diamond Street, went down 3 blocks and turned right. I went down 4 blocks and turned right. They were in the right turn lane on Egan and Monroe. I pulled up alongside of them. I waved. I seen the guy's baseball cap in there, the blacked out windows. I waved. I smiled. I blew kisses. That's how you tell people that you're horribly intimidated by their antics.
I'm not easily intimidated, so yeah, I get it.
I don't get intimidated, I just get pissed. I don't have a reverse. And, you know, to play games like that on the highway, why? What does that do? Does that make somebody feel big and strong? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely, totally ridiculous. And if they want to play games, we can play games. But if you want to play hardball with this old man, you best go buy a new mitt.
Our tax dollars at work, following you.
Yeah. Well, if I can drive at 30 miles an hour next time, that'll keep them out of somebody else's hair a lot longer.
Yeah.
There's just no reason for that. There's no reason for that. When we were out there yesterday, helping get some of the vehicles out of there, the people that were out there were very professional. They were accommodating. They were kind. They were respectful. I didn't catch any disrespect from anybody that I talked to. There's no reason
People that were out there yesterday were fishing game.
Yeah, right. Supposedly fishing game.
Yeah,
That's what their
supposedly.
patches.
I didn't see any name tags. They were all covered, and they were very heavily armed. What did you think of that? Why's fishing game got to have? I mean, how many rounds did they have on them and their vests and stuff?
Oh,
would you
they
say?
had multiple clips for their pistols and.
10, 15, 20 round clips. What did you see?
Well, their clips probably each one of them have at least 10 rounds in them for their pistols, and I'd see 6-8 clips per person, you know, and that's just what you could see. You know, I asked one of the guys, "Wow,
And so
how
what
much
do
does all that stuff weigh?" And he said, "About 100 pounds of extras."
So they had probably 60 rounds on each person.
Yeah.
And the people that were out there yesterday, including myself, what would you say the average age was of us out there yesterday?
The average age?
Yeah.
Well, I make it go up a little ways, but probably 40.
No, the young
Oh.
was me about 57.
I would say the average age would about 57.
Yeah, 50, yeah. I was trying to be nice.
We are being nice. 57 is being nice. So they got 60 rounds of ammo each for us out there, us old farts out there.
But what you seen up top was nothing. You should have got down below. They were, what, 70 guys down there running around?
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Yesterday?
I only saw about 5 or 6.
Oh, down there by where we came in from the backside had 6 guys down on the backside, same as up top at the gate. And then you come through the compound where the cookhouse was, there was 5 or 6 guys there. You come on down by where the the building they built on top of artifacts and destroyed artifacts, there was about 30 or 40 guys there. And then there was guys over there helping Mrs. Bundy, and then there was about 4 or 5 guys. What got me is you got a woman loading up her vehicles, and to get her stuff out. And there's grown men, United States employees, standing there with their arms crossed, watching a woman picking up heavy stuff. My God, you animals, have some manners. Help the lady out.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So,
absolutely ridiculous.
Yesterday, I'd say we were outnumbered 10-1.
Oh, a little more than that, yeah. Yeah,
And they all had about 60 rounds each on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
We
pretty.
all
I guess.
had a pocket knife in our pocket.
Yeah, I was armed myself. I had that pocket knife.
Oh.
I had my pocket knife. Nah. But you know, it was just, there was an overkill. United States people, wake up. You all come to, I've heard this so many times. Oh my God, the Bundys is armed.
I'm gonna
And
maintain my weapon.
Then I bring up the point about the Bundys. I said, yeah, the Bundys had some arms there, but so did the occupiers of our courthouse, the occupiers of the down here at the airport. They were all armed. Oh, and everybody goes, oh, they're cops. They're allowed to pack arms. Why does a cop is allowed to pack arms, and the civilians we're not allowed to protect ourselves?
Although in the Constitution says
Yeah.
you have the right to bear arms.
Bear arms. And you know, people, they're out to get your Second Amendment rights. Once they get the Second Amendment rights taken care of, look out number 1, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech. And they will take that away. You've already got college university kids, educated kids, and down in Missouri, protested that we have no freedom of right, that they should take our freedom of speech away. We should not have freedom of speech. These are college educated by these stupid college professors that think they're so intelligent, that's tenured, that don't even show up to work. God, I want one of those paychecks where I receive $100,000 a year and don't go to work. That's teaching these so-called idiot puppets, and that they walk around thinking they're smarter than everybody else because they got a college certificate. Sorry, people. The First Amendment rights is to protect you so you can make stupid statements like you do, college kids. Second Amendment right is to protect that First Amendment right so you can look like a stupid moron, by your college-educated professors. And that, oh my God, Chicago, we got a terrorist, a true terrorist, that has destroyed and bombed cop shops named Bill Ayers and Bernadette Bourne, or whatever her dumbass name is, excuse my language, that's teaching our kids. You have Barack Hussein Obama that has a White House full of Muslim Brotherhood, which is classified as a terrorist organization, in our White House, in our cabinet, in the cabinet of his so-called dictatorship. You got Loretta Lynch giving all police rights to the UN. All city police rights have been given to the UN, so the UN can come in on any police actions in the United States. You got Loretta Lynch sitting there, or Justice whatever her title is over there, telling people, if you make any statements against the Muslim people, oh my God, you are a felon.
But we can't make any derogatory statements against our own government, and we're considered terrorists.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ranchers and farmers and, and retired law enforcement such as myself, yeah, we're terrorists. Yeah.
Like these same Muslims that they talk about are raping and plundering Europe, and now they're raping and plundering the United States. There's terrorist training camps in the United States that the United States lets happen. Chinese military build up across the border in Mexico. We got our illegals coming in all the time wanting our welfare system to deplete our treasury.
So the amount of law enforcement, military, Humvees, all the
MPRs, MRPs.
What did you see in Burns, and what would you say this is Agenda 21 training ground here?
Oh yeah.
I'm going to live on the dangerous side and here talk about Agenda 21 for just a second. Would you say that Burns was the perfect scenario playground for that?
Well, there was a safe place for them to play because there was no danger.
Right. There was no danger.
No.
No.
There was no danger.
But they did, you got to look at Burns, Oregon. Burns, Oregon has 4 roads to shut off. The main majority of the travel. You can take over Burns, Oregon in a heartbeat and control a small population of people with a vast majority of the land.
The airport?
The airport
is
nothing.
You want to talk about the airport and all the vehicles that were out there for a second?
With that one day we had, 20 MRPs out there.
Yeah.
You had armored personnel vehicles out there. You had tents. You had communication, traction systems out there.
Yeah.
And that you had Blackhawks out there. You had an Apache come in out there. Why?
For the small, what's the population in Burns?
3,500.
Yeah, and Burns is like 3,500, another 2,000 or so or in Hines.
Yeah.
And the rest of that 7,500 people are scattered out over 10,500 square miles.
So the population of this county...
It's about 7,500.
And how many law enforcement military do you think were here at the time?
800.
Yeah, I don't know.
We had
it was a lot.
They were everywhere. You couldn't count them because they're everywhere.
I drove through town today and didn't see one.
Oh, there's 10 state coppers now here in town.
We didn't see one.
Yeah, you see them all the time at nights.
At night.
Yeah.
So, with a population of how many for Burns, Harney County? What's the population of Harney County?
7,500.
7,500.
You had 10% cops. 10% cop for 75.
Probably, yeah.
That's a good average estimate.
They were booking motels up through the end of March.
Yeah.
They didn't stay at our motel.
Oh no, they had your motels rounded.
Oh, they did, but they didn't stay there.
No.
We were very low budget.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we were very low budget. I'm well over an hour here. I don't even know if this is going to load or not. Is there anything that you would like to say? I know you guys have said a lot, but if you died tomorrow, what would you want to say?
Let's have freedom for our children, freedom for our grandchildren. Let's make the United States back the country it should be, and get rid of this corporate America crap, and get back to one God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For all.
for all.
America.
Yes.
For all.
Yeah.
And there is no racial boundaries, no gender boundaries.
No.
I've never met anybody in town that I've even thought was racist or sexist. I haven't. And I'm kind of a strong woman, so I get that sometimes. But, you know, I haven't ran across anybody.
No.
Not one person. So, I mean, if they're out there, point them out. I'll go talk to them.
Yeah.
But,
Oh, it's like our house here. And my great-great-grandmother was black. And my great-great-grandfather was a Swedish man with a big, huge, long white beard and this little tiny little black woman beside him. And I tell you what, if you made a comment about that little woman, you better get running because you got a short little start and he'd kill you. Because he defended that woman and she defended him. I remember before she passed on, you cut down Granddad.
oh,
You better look out because she was going to make a comment to you and it wasn't going to be pretty. Now, we had a black gentleman, Lee Rice, that was staying here. Lee Rice is a good friend of ours. And he stayed here at the house and we did a video with him. And my son, he was like an uncle to my son and like a brother to me. You know, he's a good man. We had no, you know, there's no racial here. We're all one person. We're all one person and one cause.
it's America.
And that's the corruption. Harney County Courthouse is so full of corruption. There's been drugs taken out of lockup, and sold where? On our street corner to our kids, maintaining a drug habit, from cocaine to marijuana.
I've noticed a drug issue
Oh,
in
big
this
time.
town.
Big time. Big time. And we got this prison here, Abrax Prison, GeoWorld Prison, that showed up here. And with that came the trash associated with those kids.
Is
their parents.
that a private
facility? Actually, if you stop and look at that private facility, yeah, they make money off it. You stop and look at the Abrax GeoWorld Cornell prison system, which is all one. The Hammonds are now sitting in one of them down in California. But my interest is, has there been any these judges and these defense attorneys and these counties that send men and children to these prisons, do they get compensated from the prison systems? And that's my question. I think there is a compensation of some type of gift, award, benefit, or something to all these quote-unquote judges and lawyers that send these kids and these adults to these federal prisons. Let's call it what it is. They're not prisons. They are slave labor camps. They get compensated from the government. They get compensated from the IKEA. Down in Southern California is a prison that the Hammonds was sent to. IKEA company gives them royalties to that prison agency. Then they charge the prisoners $36 a day to be in that prison. They're forced there, but now they got to pay $36 a day for every day that they're in that prison. So these prison companies are making millions. GeoWorld is also involved in some pedophilia scandals in Pennsylvania. There's some talk of Texas, some pedophilia scandals. But the worst thing is they all go back to the Freemasoners and the Masons. It all goes right there. It's a tie. You look it up, you study it yourself, and you'll find that connection, that tie.
If you Google the Graspy's name, he's on the Masons here in town.
Yes.
He's
yes. And if you, I tell you what, for you people that like to study, look up Abrax. Look up the meaning of Abrax. ABRASXAS. You'll find it's a demon in mythology. And the Abrax goes back to the Freemasons and the Mason Brotherhood. Harney County Courthouse has a Masonic owl sitting on the front. Used to have the golden eagles on there. But when did they remove those golden eagles?
I don't know.
And then they put the owl. The owl of the Masonic temple. The owl is a guardian over the underworld. And then you look at there's so many parables that goes into this, but it all comes back to one thing.
So the judge in the town is a Mason.
Yes.
And the privately owned prison that's here is also associated with the Masons. And
also
the
we have
Bundys are now housed in a prison that is
The
associated.
Hammonds are, yes.
The Hammonds.
Yes.
Oh.
And also you got the Mulhare Caves, which is, you got the entry of Mulhare Caves is the Masons sign.
And that's right here in Harney County.
And I've been down in there and you got a grandstand set up and you got the altar. And has there been any sacrifices or involvement in human sacrifices? Good question. And there's some Illuminati, scary stuff here. And there's reasons people want to protect this country. These UN nations and all these people. There's reasons they want to protect it.
So the connection to all of this in Harney County runs very deep.
Very deep. Very deep.
Very, very deep.
Ever.
And so coming out public like this, do you fear any backlash?
Bring it on.
Bring it on. I've lived a good life. I'll die for the freedom of my children, my grandchildren. And at one point, you might push me to a fight. But right now, I'm unarmed. And you want to debate me, debate me. And as far as all you women in Burns that has these love affairs and love to send me love letters, not interested, sorry. That takes care of all my critics that criticizes me all the time.
Okay, because you're single.
I think they want more of a love affair that their husband's not giving them.
Oh.
It's called 1-800 Viagra, ladies.
Oh, you're talking the married ladies in town. Oh dear.
Yeah,
whole nother scandal.
They get pretty rude on their love affairs. They talk when they start sending you love notes. They start testing you out pretty good.
Oh,
and I
dear.
just call them love notes instead of getting pissed off about it. I'm just laughing at love notes. Yeah. You gotta carry a sense of humor.
Oh,
if you don't have a sense of humor, this would drive you up a wall.
You have to. Well, I'm at 1 hour and 15 minutes here, so we're going to go ahead and close up.
I want you to think of something.
Okay.
In this Constitution, the Second Amendment doesn't mean you're supposed to run around in a sleeveless shirt. The right to bear arms means that you can protect yourself.
From foreign and domestic enemies.
Exactly. It doesn't mean bear arms, a sleeveless shirt.
Catch my son. Hunter, tell him about Lavoy. No. Don't be shy. Hunter, just tell him what your impression. This is a young man.
I won't put you on camera. Just go ahead.
This is a young man that met Lavoy. And tell him what you thought of Lavoy. This is for his...
wonderful gentleman. Soft-spoken, kind-hearted.
Soft-spoken, kind-hearted.
Any kind of grandfather you'd ever want to have.
Exactly.
Grandfather.
Yeah.
And what did he tell you?
Yeah, he tried to set me up with one of his daughters.
Lavoy was playing matchmaker to one of his daughters, so...
My dad was trying to matchmake me.
Oh, well, God bless parents.
This how dads are.
That's just how we are. That's just how parents are. You know, you see a good girl and you're like, oh, you're perfect for my son. Yeah, I understand. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close up now because we're at 1 hour and 20 minutes here, and I want to thank you so much for allowing.
I hope people are paying attention, especially people out there that love their guns and their freedom and their rights. You see, all too often, you have the pockets stuffed on these politicians. No matter who they are, every state has them. Your state has them. Senators, governors, mayors. And you have individuals like Governor Earl Ray Tomblins of West Virginia, who had vetoed what everybody in the state wanted, pretty much. Majority. He came out and said, I'm shooting down the permitless carry legislation. I'm going to veto it. I'm going to stop it. He also came out and made a speech saying that it was disheartening that members of this legislature have chosen not to stand with the brave men and women in uniform that are helping to save their lives on a daily basis. Lawmakers basically shot that down and said that's a smack in the face. We're standing together. We don't care what you say. You can sit there and try to veto whatever you want. We're overriding this, and they did so with the majority vote. And then the Virginia Senate followed suit. So the House and the Senate coming together en masse saying F you to the SOB that is wanting to work for the regime in Washington, trying to strip away your rights and your freedoms. They came together and said, we're not having it. What we're going to have is our right to bear arms. Comprende? This guy didn't seem to like this too much. And this is where the feathers get ruffled and people start turning on one another. But a lot of these people in the House and Senate standing together on this. And anyone trying to push their gun control and ram it down the throats of these people, especially in West Virginia here, it looks like it's not going to happen. And I've got to give a shout out to the people out there in West Virginia who are not afraid to stand up for their rights and their freedom. Instead of sitting on their ass, they get up and they get proactive. They say, we don't think so. We're going to stand together. We don't care what you say. We're going to override it because we have that power. We don't care about your threats. We don't care about your money. None of that. What we care about is the people, our state, and our country. And that's the only way it's going to stay solid is if people keep that mind frame. Anyone that wants to say, oh, no one's looking, no one's paying attention, we can get away with this. That's how they do all too often. That's why you have so many problems in every state out there. Say it all the time. It comes down to the hearts of men and women, walking righteous, doing the right thing. And the West Virginia House and Senate both setting the example here, saying it doesn't matter if you have an unrighteous governor, you can come together and override him. Period. And if he wants to stay on this track, next time voting comes around, people are going to remember it. People are watching. And some of these goons just think that everyone's still sleeping. The thing that is different these days is people are awakening. That's the difference. They're seeing the corruption. I hope you are too. The only way we win this is together. We are truly in this together. The power is in the people and politics we address. And that power is in your numbers. Do not let them divide you. So shout outs to every other state out there that makes the stand righteously. It's been Dabu 7.
Okay, let's see what we got here. I wanted to read the signs. Is that you guys' sign?
Yeah.
Did you guys make it up there at all?
No, I never did.
No. Yeah, it was pretty. I was up there for a few days.
Were you?
At the refuge, yeah.
Are you leaving?
Well, I'm gonna walk around a little bit.
I got a question for you. So
I'm filming this.
Hanging out with.
I am filming this.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
So you've been hanging out with Pete Santelli?
Well, I was until he got.
I've heard so many rumors about you.
Oh, God.
And you know, I've watched his stuff on Facebook and stuff. He really seems like a very genuine guy.
Oh, that's why. That's what you know. That's the only reason why Ammon asked for Pete to come down to video for him. He didn't trust the other media. You saw what happened to the mainstream media. They didn't show anything. Yeah. So Pete, that's why Pete live streamed all the time. And that's what I do now because screw the editing. People want to see the mistakes. They want to see things, and that was the point of this. And Pete, I mean, that's why he got me inspired. I would have never met any of those guys if it wasn't for Pete Santilli. Because with his video going out there, I would have never known.
Well, yeah, that's good to know because I enjoy his talks all the time.
Now you know the Bundys. You work with them, or?
I don't know him. We were friends with him. Mel Bundy is a really good friend.
My dad actually sat and talked with him a little while down at the refuge, and then I saw him at the concert where the Sharps.
Yeah, he was down there.
Were you there at the?
Me and my wife, my brother. And
oh, you guys were all at the singing where they were singing?
Yep.
Oh, I was in there. I was up front in the corner videotaping them.
Yeah, we actually rode our horses.
Oh, you guys did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So you guys were part of the horse with Lavoie?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that whole ride, I tell you one thing right now, I had a lump in my throat the whole time. That was the most, it was a cool thing.
I was actually, that film that's out with you guys coming out, that was me filming that too.
Okay, really? Yeah, I've seen it a couple times.
I was up on the Jeep filming that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to.
That's why you look so familiar.
Yeah, I was all over.
A concert too.
Yeah, I was in the concert. That's where I went back and talked to Jessica, because Jessica was back there. And then I did an interview with her on the phone.
After we got done with the horses, we went to the concert for what, maybe half hour, 45 minutes? And we're like, wait, you gotta go get something to eat. So we left early and went to the hotel room, and the Sharps were there, staying in the same hotel room we was, and it's downstairs in, I don't know, the dining area or whatever, and they sang to us all night long.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I'll tell you one thing right now. I've heard a beautiful voice before. Not even Victoria, her younger sister, will cut you in half with her voice. She is so good. I mean,
Well, same
Victoria
with-
came down. We got pictures with her and stuff. It's just the whole family just.
Same with the Finnecums, too.
Yeah.
The daughters, the Freedom's
I
Cry.
was actually talking to Mel's wife, Brianna.
So what's the... That's awesome. I'm filming this, if that's okay. Yeah. That's awesome. Hey guys, I just wanted to get these signs here. You don't mind being on camera, do you? Okay. Hi. That's great. So you guys have been following this?
Yes.
From Pete Santilli?
No, just I started with Lavoie. Actually, I was wondering why they occupied the refuge, so I started watching Lavoie's videos and they killed him.
Did you watch it through Pete Santilli at all on YouTube? Because that's who was filming a lot.
I didn't.
Yeah, I was down there actually at the refuge with
I've heard a
them.
lot about him, but he's pretty controversial, so I haven't
Yeah.
got involved in.
Yeah, he's incarcerated now for free speech. So, thanks guys. All right, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna head out. Yeah.
Oh, hey, it was very nice to
Yeah,
meet
you
buddy.
too. I'm gonna. I'll probably be up here March 15th.
Okay, yeah,
for
we'll be
that.
here too.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll come back up and I'll get these uploaded too. I wasn't even planning on coming here. I didn't even know you guys were doing this. And I drive 3 hours to Fruta to get grass-fed beef because we don't have any around us. We don't even get beef at the city market. We can't eat like that.
Yeah.
So we have to drive 3 hours in here, and then my mom says, "Hey, Grand Junction, they're having something going on down here," and I was like, "Well, I'm here." I pulled over at Starbucks to Google how to get here. So, and I got a 3-hour drive back, but I'm actually doing this video right now. It was actually for Lavoie, so it's kind of cool you guys were doing this because my contribution to today for the National Stand was to teach people about grass-fed beef and what we as a family go through just to eat grass-fed beef, because it's difficult, you know. It is. There's a big difference between the corn-fed and grass-fed and the antibiotics of what it's doing to us as human beings.
Or that probably just that little bit of few seconds probably cost me a copyright strike, which is going to blue that out. But anyway, chase it on your own, and if you find information, please let me know. In the meantime, I'm going to get out of here. My dinner's just about done. It's 11:12. I meant to get my dinner done at 9. So y'all have a good night. I'll talk to you later. Go let this buffer out and go bye-bye.